Morning. Morning. We are ready to start. While we just do the final touches, we will ask the hotel management to come and give us a safety briefing, and then we can start with our program.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us at Centurion, a new Centurion. My name is Patrick. I'm the banqueting manager. So I'll be hosting you for the next 3 days. Just before you start, some house rules. This venue is non-smoking. For the smokers, there's a smoking area. Sorry about that. Yeah, so for the smokers, smoking area is located outside next to the swimming pool. You see there are some ashtrays there. Wi-Fi, you go to connect to Wi-Fi, you go to a new guest, no password required. So just click on a new guest, it's gonna connect you automatically. Bathrooms, we do have bathrooms. You can go through this door, you turn right, down the passage, you see the gents and the ladies. The other way, through that door, left and left again. In case of injuries, we do have professional trained first aiders, so don't worry. If it is something that is serious, an ambulance will be called. If push come to shove, we have to evacuate. You're gonna hear the alarm is gonna sound. Don't panic. Please, you're more than welcome to leave your belongings behind. We've got 2 exits. You can exit through this door, then you turn left. It's gonna take you to an emergency door at the end of the passage. The assembly point is in front of the fountain, next to the security guard. For the guests located this side or so, the 2 doors in the foyer, down the passage, you turn right, assembly point again by the fountain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patrick. We are officially about to start this program. And my name is Edzani Ratsibi, and I will be the program director for this session. And I kindly ask that we all keep our cell phones on silent, and so that we do not disturb the speakers as they speak, and we kindly pay attention to the speakers. Good morning, Dimacheroni, Sanmonani, Dumelang. Distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues and friends, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the 11th African Conference on Research Reactor Safety, Operation and Utilization. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a warm welcome to our participants from across Africa and beyond, representatives of research institutions, regulatory bodies, international partners, and young professionals who are shaping the future of nuclear science and technology on our continent and beyond. This conference stands as a key platform for collaboration and knowledge exchange. Over the next few days, we will share experiences, discuss challenges, and explore innovative approaches to ensure safe, secure, and sustainable operation of research reactors. These facilities continue to play an essential role in scientific research, education, isotope production, and technical development, all of which contribute to Africa's socio-economic growth and self-reliance. Our theme this year, reliable, safe, and effective utilization of research reactors and development of new research reactors, reflect our collective commitment to advancing safety culture enhancing utilization through the regional cooperation and capacity building. We are honored to have with us our distinguished speakers and experts who will lead insightful discussions on reactor operations, maintenance, regulatory oversight, and emerging applications. I encourage all participants to engage actively, ask questions, and share experiences, and also build partnership that will extend beyond this conference hall. Let me take this opportunity to thank our hosts, our sponsors, and the amazing organizing committee for their tireless efforts in bringing this important event to life. Your dedication and teamwork are what make gathering like this both possible and impactful. In closing, I urge each of us to use this platform not only to learn, but to strengthen the bonds of cooperation, especially amongst the African countries and also our international partners, and that underpin Africa's growing nuclear community. Together, we can continue to promote excellence, innovation, and above all, safety in every aspect of our research reactor activities. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference. Ndoriwa. And as the conference begins, we would get the welcome address and remarks from one of our sponsors, which is NTP, and we will have Mr. Thabo Tselane to come and welcome all and also just share the remarks towards this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so very kindly, Program Director. Because I'm mic'd, I would like him to remove this so that we cannot have that constructive interference. But once more, thank you so very kindly, Program Director, for the warm message that you just provided. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, I've seen a lot of friends and people that are familiar with, that we've interacted in many other platforms. Good morning and welcome to South Africa. South Africa is always a good host. We just ended the G20, which I'm told was very successful, and I hope the discussion that we're going to have starting from today are also going to be very productive. It's an honor to welcome you to the 11th African Conference on Research, Reactor and Safety Operations and Utilization, as occasioned by NECSA in collaboration with the International Atomic Energy Agency, commonly known as the IAEA. I extend sincere appreciation to NECSA, my company that I'm indebted to for many things, for hosting this gathering, and for the IAEA and my friend sitting next to me here, we've known each other for many years, for its sustained partnership in strengthening nuclear capability and capacity building across our lovely African continent. Thank you once more, and we're hoping that we are going to increase that capacity building program. This conference brings together various specialists who understandably not only their capabilities are here, but also the capabilities of research reactor, but the impact of the various applications of this reactor and its value chain applications. I'm talking about the value chain because I'm sitting right at the middle of that value chain. I will explain to you later what is that we're doing. However, these research reactors, as you might know, they require strong designs, rigorous operational procedures, and discipline, mainly in the application of international safety and standards. I know the IAEA is quite prominent in that. But as source of neutrons, they are the nucleus of scientific progress. But their research potential is only realized through their technical excellence. As we might know, Program Director, South Africa's commitment to the peaceful use of nuclear technology has always been grounded in the principle of excellence in the application of nuclear technology. That's what South Africa prides itself in. And the Safari reactor, who my friend Semi and Ku are sitting here, is a testament to that. They've operated this for many years, and they understand what is capacity building, but also the transitioning to make sure that there are proper succession planning programs that will ensure that this reactor is functioning properly and accordingly, as we know. For more than 60 years, Safari have delivered an operational record defined by reliability and adherence to proven safety system, second best to none globally, and I speak with a tongue-in-cheek there. From structural integrity assessment to fuel management, from reactor physics analysis, which I'm very passionate about, to radiological protection, where the regulator and various regulatory bodies present here, each aspect of the reactor life cycle has been managed with utmost care and technical clarity. Safari has supported, among others, neutron beam research. I mean, there are a lot of researchers who have benefited from it, material testing, neutron activation analysis, and educational program for students and specialists across the region. When I mean the region, across the African region. And notably, I think I'm speaking with a little bit of authority there, its most visible contribution is in the field of nuclear medicine, actively enhancing life and ensuring patient safety. Through Safari 1, South Africa has become a trusted global leader in the production of medical isotopes used in the diagnostic imaging, targeted therapy, and therapeutic procedures estimated to be about 50 million annually. And we know that Safari contributes about 20% of that 50 million is done using our procedures that are from the product that are manufactured here in the African continent. At NTP, we normally say actively enhancing life. We carry this responsibility with surgical precision. Our manufacturing process relies on strict quality standards, validated production cycle, secure logistic and traceable supply chains. The global nuclear medicine community depends on predictable and availability of this radioactive isotopes such as molybdenum-199, which we call Moly-99, iron-131, lutetium-177, and now the in-demand products like terbium-161, radium-223, which we used to call Sofigo, bismuth-213, actinium-223, lead-212, and astatine-211. Our team work around the clock to maintain that stability as their work requires a coordinated effort across all reactor operations. It's not only one reactor, it's all reactor operations globally work together to ensure that there is a continuous and reliable supply of these life-saving isotopes. And I'm saying across all reactor operations, but not only reactor operations, but also radiochemical processing facilities, the quality processes, the regulatory compliance, and the safety and security during the transportation of this life-saving. In short, it is a technical ecosystem that must operate seamlessly without compromise. Research reactors across the world are entering a very important phase, and you know that phase. They are aging, most of them, and those in Africa also are not immune to that aging. They are aging, but I must emphasize that they are aging gracefully. The demand for radioisotope, on the other hand, and industrial application is on the rise. The scientific research requirements in terms of neutron beams is also on the rise. The need for modernization and refurbishment and long-term planning is becoming clearer and clearer. At the time, the safety standards continue to evolve, and the IAEA is leading that process, and as the global regulatory expectation strengthens. So it just tells us that we need to relook at where we're coming from, where we're going as the regulatory bodies, and ask ourselves, are we still relevant in regulating the nuclear industry that is coming, especially with the new reactors that are coming online. This makes operator training and exchange on operational experience even more critical. So this meeting, I think, is well-timed, because that's where we will exchange, among others, operational and technical expectation. It is then our expectations that this conference creates the space and platform for honest technical deliberation on these issues. It goes without saying that we will examine AG management program, topical globally, reactor co-optimization, digital control systems upgrade. The world, I think we see, is moving from analog to what we call digitalization, and I guess with the influence of AI, we have to make sure that our processes are informed by what is happening around us, as well as the most important and passionate subject that I like, radiation protection and nuclear safety practices. This conversation will help to align our continent with the global best practice. It's not only going to be a discussion that we are holding as the African continent, but we have invited the global practitioners and scientists and experts to be part of this so that they can inform, or we can be informed by what they conversing in the different platforms where they're coming from. From NTP, the future is already brighter. And you know when I'm saying the future is already brighter, because South Africa is preparing for the much-awaited upcoming multipurpose reactor, which will succeed the globally known legacy of Safari-1. This transition requires planning. It requires involvement in new infrastructure and investment and involvement in new infrastructure planning, new production lines, but most importantly, and the most important that I'll underline today is the reformed regulatory frameworks. This coming MPR will continue to be the backbone of our long-term radioisotope supply, and it will expand research opportunities for South Africa and the African continent as a whole. Our role is to ensure that the technical expertise built around Safari-1 is preserved and are expanded. Two things that we must make sure that we don't lose the capability and competency of managing a research reactor like Safari, but we should expand it so that it can benefit the whole continent. We are therefore strengthening human capital capability through training programs and succession planning. I've emphasized practical succession planning that has happened locally when my friend Koos was departing, but he made sure that he does not depart with the whole capability, proper succession planning, and the whole continent can learn from that process, because we're not only keeping it to ourselves, but we are prepared to share it with the entire continent. We are modernizing our production facility to support long-term continuity, and we will remain aligned with international safety and quality benchmark to make sure that we protect not only the workers, but also the patients who ultimately rely on their life-saving products and services. Perhaps at this point in time, it is important also to acknowledge the people who are behind this work, the reactor operators, the scientists, the researchers, and all other investors that are here today who help us to manage complex systems and disciplines that we find ourselves in. Engineers who ensure systems remain safe and stable, radiochemists who produce pure and reliable isotopes, and security and safety personnel who ensure that through their professional practices, they guard the integrity of our operations, not only with the tools that they are having, but also with their heart. This contribution forms the foundation upon which our reputation, not only as South Africans, not only as the African continent, but in the global research reactor community is built. As we begin this conference, I encourage you to share insights and your challenges with openness, something that is very difficult, especially in the space that we're operating in, but I can only encourage, I cannot go beyond, that let us share our insights, not only insight, but also the challenges with utmost openness. Our continent has the potential to grow its nuclear footprint responsibly and sustainably. Through collaboration, capacity building, and technical rigor, Africa can strengthen its research infrastructure, expand access to affordable nuclear medicine, access and affordability. I think I'm taking this from the G20 discussions about access and affordability, and supporting industries that depend on advanced material and analytic nuclear technology applications and capability. Let this gathering reaffirm our shared commitment to safety and safety first, scientific progress, and the peaceful use of nuclear technology. South Africa remains fully committed to that vision, to the vision of ensuring that there is peaceful use of nuclear technology, but not overriding the use with the safety and safety first, because that's the most important thing that the world is looking at. So South Africa espoused that vision and is committed to that. And NT Baradio Isotope, a company that I'm proudly representing, stand ready to support this community, including this gathering, with the expertise and reliability that the world expects of us. The Nexa Group normally proudly say we are in your world, and when we are in your world, we make sure that you actively enhance life. I thank you for your attention and wish you a very, very productive, stimulating, and most importantly, thought-provoking conference. Thank you very much.
Oopsie. Thank you, Mr. Tsalani. I think just echoing on the words that you talked about succession planning, it is good to see that this room is filled with the young and the old. We hope that by the end of these 3 days, we will have the old sharing in their knowledge with the young, and the young also sharing in their knowledge with the old. As we move on, it is always important to have key stakeholders that will support the vision that you are running as a facility. And one of our key stakeholders in the Safari Nexa Research Reactor is the Department of Electricity and Energy. And we will have Mr. Zizamele Mbambo, who will then give a keynote address on behalf of the Minister of DEE, which is the Department of Electricity and Energy, within the nuclear branch. So, Mr. Zizamele, thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, other member states and the other regions, representative of the IEA, government officials, researchers and regulators present here, industry players, ladies and gentlemen, good morning from Sanibonani, Dimashiro, Yemore, Akshay. Program Director, allow me to speak on behalf of our Minister of Electricity and Energy, Dr. Choma, who is committed on other engagements, and he delegated me to come and talk to the delegates here this morning and deliver the keynote address for South Africa. It is my honor to welcome you to South Africa here in Pretoria for this important 11th African Conference on Research Reactors, focusing on strengthening research reactor safety, operation, utilization. Your presence from across the African continent and other parts of the world demonstrates our collective commitment to advancing nuclear science for peaceful development. Firstly, I must acknowledge the success for the South Africa's G20 presidency that concluded yesterday with a declaration for the G20 Leaders Summit. This has been a remarkable G20 for Africa as we advance the issues relevant for the African continent in the global stage. This year marks a historical milestone, the 60th anniversary of the Safari-1 research reactor, which my colleague, Mr. Tselane, has adequately alluded to and outline what the value of these crown jewels for South Africa mean for South Africa as well as the continent in terms of advancing our research and innovation capabilities, and also then advancing our production and supply of radioisotopes that we supply to more than 60 countries globally to ensure that we preserve life. And that's the contribution that we make as South Africa in the global research and development in the area of research reactors. So Safari has enabled us to be the world leading in the medical isotope supply. It has supported industrial and agricultural applications and trained generations of African nuclear professionals. I could say here, distinguished guests and esteemed excellencies, that when I engage with my counterpart in the African continent, one or two or more, they tell me that they have been to South Africa, and some of them have visited either Safari, others have been trained in the nuclear facilities here in South Africa. And that's the contribution that South Africa makes to advance the peaceful uses of nuclear energy in the African continent. And we will continue to advance this position for the African continent to make sure that as South Africa and as the continent, we become self-sufficient in the whole nuclear value for peaceful purposes. We know that 14% of uranium resources are in the African continent. And given the emergence and the increase and the global acceptance of nuclear energy as one of the clean energies that will ensure that globally we achieve the net zero target by 2050, and nuclear is going to play a significant and a pivotal role in making sure that we achieve that global target. Our view is that it stands to reason that Africa and South Africa should then rise in terms of leveraging its own resources and beneficiate these resources to make sure that these resources advance our African development in making sure that we've got the security of energy supply, the clean energy
clean energy that underpins the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. And we believe that Africa then stands at the center of the green revolution. If you take into the account that we hold 14% of the resources, uranium resources in the African continent. And therefore, we believe that having this conference on research reactors positions the continent well in terms of recalibrating what the role of the continent should be in advancing the nuclear agenda in the African continent and globally, given the strategic resources that we have in the African continent. As we honor the achievement of Safari 1 over the past 6 years, we also look forward to the next chapter. South Africa stands firmly committed to nuclear science, technology, and innovation as a tool for socio-economic development. For decades, our research reactor has served national, regional, and global needs in medicine, industry, agriculture, and research, confirming that the essential role of nuclear technology in Africa's future. This regional project under the RAF 1011 has strengthened the research reactor operations and improved safety culture, maintenance, human resource development, regulatory alignment, and regional collaboration. These gains form a strong foundation for Africa's nuclear advancement. We will continue to strengthen regional cooperation in this field as South Africa. More countries in the region are planning to acquire their first research reactor. This will assist in building the necessary technical and safety infrastructure for those embarking on the nuclear program. At least 10 African countries can be considered to be in the decision-making phase regarding nuclear power program. South Africa stands ready to collaborate with the African continent in advancing peaceful uses of nuclear energy. In this regard, we welcome collaboration and entering into nuclear cooperation agreements to advance our nuclear policy for becoming self-sufficient, as well as advancing the continental agenda, particularly the AFRA to become self-sufficient in the use of nuclear for peaceful purposes. In October this year, Cabinet approved the Integrated Resource Plan for 2025, which calls for the implementation of 5,000 megawatts of new nuclear generation capacity by 2039. In addition, the integrated resource enjoins government to develop a nuclear industrialization plan that underpins the case for an advancement of a 10 gigawatts of nuclear power program. In this regard, the department and its state-owned entities is seized with work to advance our nuclear program to ensure that the country achieves self-sufficient, as well as industrialization and job creation. Government and ESCOM and other entities have started the preparatory work that is required for the nuclear build, and this includes, among others, the licensing and the siting processes. In this regard, we're pleased to announce to you, Excellencies, that Eskom, our utility, was granted the environmental authorization to build a 4,000 megawatts new nuclear power station in the site next to a Koeberg nuclear power station called the Denefontein. And the work is in progress for Eskom to obtain other regulatory approvals from other regulatory authorities. In addition, Eskom has embarked on the work with regards to investigation. Another nuclear site, we call it Thuisspruit, is in the Eastern Cape of our province, with a view to also making sure that that site is ready for further deployment of the nuclear program as we advance our program in South Africa. In addition, South Africa is embarking on looking into a repurposing of some of our coal-fired power stations when they get decommissioned post-2030. And we are looking into nuclear as part of the clean energy technology that should be used also to repurpose some of the coal-fired power plants as they get decommissioned post-2030. In this direction, Eskom is busy with site investigation in some of the coal-fired power plants. And to support this initiative, the department has collaborated with the International Atomic Energy Agency during its G20 presidency to produce a publication, we call it Call to Nuclear, that has demonstrated that indeed there is indeed a feasible case to repurpose the coal-fired power station using nuclear, in particular the small modular reactors. And so South Africa is seized with that work as we investigate and looking to advance our nuclear program. The Koeberg Unit 2 long-term operation license has been approved by the National Nuclear Regulator on the 6th of November 2025 after 40 years of safety and reliable operations of Unit 2. And then Eskom was granted a license for an extension of 20 years that will play a significant role in addressing the energy security, equity, and environmental sustainability for our country. Both Unit 1 and Unit 2 have now been granted life extension for an additional 20 years, respectively to 2044 and 2045. And we're excited about this achievement. We believe it's a remarkable achievement for the only operational nuclear power plant in the African continent. And we work collaboratively with our partners in the African continent to share the lessons that we've learned in advancing into this journey in South Africa. Our doors remain open to share the lessons learned and also to make sure that we create capacity in the African continent as we continue to embark on advancing the nuclear program for peaceful purposes. And the other countries are also embarking on the nuclear programs in the African continent. And we welcome these initiatives because they advance the African agenda. They ensure that in the African continent, we have the capacity and the capability to advance very complex nuclear programs to make sure that we can secure the security of energy supply and create job and industrialization through nuclear. On managing the radioactive waste at a national level, the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Institute has received its license to operate the Valpoort disposal facility in July this year. This is our National Radioactive Waste Disposal site, and it's operated by our National Radioactive Waste Disposal Institute. We call it NRADI, to ensure that as South Africa, we could leverage on our policy position of participating into the full nuclear fuel cycle, managing the front end as well as the back end of the nuclear fuel cycle. In this direction, NRADI is seized with a project to ensure that we've got an off-site storage for radioactive waste, in particular the spent fuel. And in this direction, NRADI is busy with a central interim storage facility that is investigating as a project that will ensure that South Africa is in a position to store our spent fuel safely off-site. I'm pleased to reaffirm that the government of South Africa has approved the construction of a new multi-purpose research reactor, the MPR, which is a flagship national and regional asset that will complement Safari 1. The multi-purpose reactor will be the Pan-African platform for advanced research, radioisotope production, industrial applications, and training. And as my colleague has alluded to, Mr. Tselane, is that NECSA, our state-owned entity, is leading the development of the multipurpose reactor. And we are excited with this prospect, and we believe that it creates the capacity that we require as the African continent to advance our nuclear research and innovation capabilities for peaceful purposes. The MPR will transform the region by the following: sustaining Africa's leadership in the nuclear medicine through a reliable supply of the Moly-99, the Lutetium-197, 177, and other isotopes. Establishing a continental hub for training research reactor operators, scientists, and regulators, enhancing nuclear safety and regulatory cooperation. Africa's development requires diversified, reliable, and clean energy systems. Research reactors and nuclear energy will play a significant role in industrialization, decarbonization, and hydrogen production, and long-term energy security. I must report here, Excellencies, that our government has approved the lifting of the care and maintenance of the Pebble Bed Modular Reactor program recently. And to that extent, we believe that with the lifting of the care and maintenance of the Pebble Bed Modular Reactor, it then allows NECSA and the Pebble Bed Modular Reactor Company to open up cooperative conversation with the prospective partners that would like to partner with South Africa in advancing the PBMR. And also what then it does is that it positions the continent to have at least one country that is advancing a small modular reactor, and that is South Africa. And it places the continent amongst the nations of the global world that are busy advancing their small modular reactors. And we believe that this is a good prospect for the African continent and South Africa to position the continent to develop a small modular reactor. And South Africa is leading in that initiative, and we look forward to be working with partners in this regard. South Africa reaffirms its commitment to supporting AFRA initiatives, sharing our facilities and expertise with the African partners, ensuring that the MPR, the multipurpose reactor, strengthens regional research and training capacity, investing in youth and skills mobility and training, upholding global nuclear safety and non-proliferation standards. We pride ourselves by complying to our international and national obligations as South Africa as we advance our nuclear program, and we work collaboratively with all our partners globally to adhere to the highest safety standards as well as the highest standards of non-proliferation on nuclear matters. Program Director and esteemed guests and excellencies, allow me to express South Africa's sincere appreciation to the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IEA, for its unwavering support, guidance, and partnership. The IEA continues to play a central role in strengthening research reactor safety, advancing nuclear applications, and supporting capacity building across the African continent. The regional project on research reactor safety is a shining example of how the IEA's technical expertise and commitment to multilateral cooperation uplift the entire region, the entire African continent. We thank the agency for its steadfast partnership, its leadership in promoting safe and peaceful nuclear technologies, and its continued investment in the Africa's development. We further commend the IEA for collaborating with South Africa to host the first ever G20 Nuclear Energy Ministerial Conference in the African continent, in South Africa, in Durban, and by the visit of the IEA Director General, Director Grossi. This was indeed one of the biggest milestones within the G20 of South Africa to have the first ever G20 ministerial conference within the margins of the G20. This has been an important collaboration to profile nuclear as a clean energy in the Energy Transition Working Group of the G20. Through this collaboration, key deliverables in the form of the publication on the outlook for nuclear energy in Africa and the call to nuclear were produced. These are the key deliverables that the IEA supported South Africa to produce as part of the South African G20. How these publications are important is that they place Africa squarely into the center of the nuclear discussion. And looking into the call to nuclear publication, it's indeed one of the most remarkable references that we place in the hands of the global community that was produced here in South Africa in collaboration with the IEA to advance the case of nuclear energy, to demonstrate that indeed nuclear has got a role to play in the just energy transition, and it has got the ability and the capacity as the technology that could be used to repurpose some of the coal-fired power plants that are decommissioned by the various parties globally. So we think this is an important publication, and we invite the excellencies to engage with this publication as a source of knowledge to be able to advance the nuclear question. South Africa's government policy is to become self-sufficient in the nuclear value chain. And I therefore invite you excellencies to collaborate with South Africa to advance the policy of self-sufficiency in the continent. Through AFRA mechanism, the continent can reach the self-sufficiency in the use of nuclear technology for peaceful purposes. The work this week strengthens the foundations for the nuclear science across Africa. South Africa stands ready to partner with new excellencies in shaping the future for nuclear technology and innovation in the continent. We also wish to thank NECSA and the department and all other key stakeholders, particularly the International Atomic Energy, for organizing this conference and all the effort that has gone in making it a success. I wish you a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbambo. You have highlighted some of the key activities that are happening in the country that will require the future scientists that are sitting here to actively play a role in ensuring that we continue this legacy that has been set. We're looking at 60 years of Safari operation. We have heard of the 40 years of the Quebec operation as well. So we need to continue with that legacy. We're going to have a video that will be coming from the IEA AFRA TC. And just after the video plays, we will have Mr. Ruben Mazi that will come in and share in on the IEA activities. Mr. Mbambo did mention that without the assistance of the IEA, we wouldn't be sitting here. So after the video, Mr. Mazi, you can come and share in insights on more of those IEA activities. Thank you. The video is not showing on the main screen.
Congratulations to Nexa for this anniversary. The IAEA is soon dispatched. Your Excellency, Dr. Gostisho Samukopan, Minister of Electricity and Energy, Mr. Hisimale Mbamo, Deputy Director General of the Department of Electricity, Mr. Leoshul Babashe, Group Chief Executive Officer of the South African Nuclear Energy Corporation, NECSA, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. I have the pleasure to join you all to the 11th African Conference on Research Reactor Safety, Operation and Utilization. At the outset, I wish to express our gratitude and appreciation to the government of South Africa for graciously hosting this important conference. This year, we celebrate a historic achievement, the 60th anniversary of Safari-1, a beacon of Africa's scientific excellence and testament to decades of commitment to research and innovation. Congratulations to NECSA for this anniversary. The IAEA is soon dispatching a mission to Safari-1 to support that its operation will continue safely beyond its 60 years of operation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this conference is a true milestone for Africa. It reflects remarkable progress we have achieved in research reactor safety, operation and utilization since the last gathering in 2022. Today, we go even further by welcoming participants from across the globe, transforming the conference into a dynamic platform for sharing experiences, exchanging knowledge, and forging partnerships that transcend borders. This year has been a transformative year for Africa's regional program of research reactors. We have established a regional advisory committee for the safety of research reactors, RASCA, to support a high level of safety for research reactors within the African region. We have also launched the African Research Reactor Network, ARRN, to enhance partnership in capacity building and knowledge sharing among member states and countries with operational research reactors while supporting newcomers. These two initiatives enhance our collective capacity and amplify our voice on the global stage. They are not endpoints, they are stepping stones towards deeper collaboration. As we look ahead, let us build bridges with other regional networks in Latin America and Europe, creating synergies that will accelerate innovation and enhance safety worldwide. This conference is one form of such initiatives. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa stands at the threshold of a new era in nuclear science and technology. Today, 8 African countries operate research reactors, and several others have already expressed interest to the IAEA in developing their first. While Africa currently accounts for only about 3% of world research reactors, this is not a limitation, it is an opportunity. The continent holds immense potential to expand its role in nuclear science and technology, driving innovation and progress. This vision aligns perfectly with Agenda 2063 of the African Union, which aspires to a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. Research reactors are the powerful tool to achieve this, offering capabilities that can support health, industry, agriculture, and education and training, which are key pillars of socio-economic development. Now is the time for African governments to harness this potential, invest in nuclear research, and leverage these technologies to accelerate progress towards the sustainable development goals. With collaboration, commitment, and vision, Africa can transform its scientific landscape and become a global leader in nuclear innovation. The IAEA will continue to support member states in your efforts to enhance the safety, operation, and utilization of research reactors in the countries. We will also work together in an exemplary manner to support countries in Africa establish new research reactor programs. This conference is a milestone in that direction. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a successful deliberation during this conference and look forward to your conclusions. Thank you very much and all the very best.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, authorities of the government of South Africa, and NECSA, and colleagues. I am happy to be here in this conference that we are celebrating the 60 years anniversary of the Safari-1. My name is Ruben Masi, and before starting my presentation, I want to say some words about Safari-1 that is, from the point of view of a member of the community of the nuclear members, the nuclear participant, is a project that is proud for us to have Safari-1. Safari has a very good example of success. Is one of the 5 top radioisotope producer in the world. It has a very high standards in operation and maintenance, and for that reason, Safari is frequent participant of our mission for advising other countries. So we are very happy to be here, and we congratulate NECSA for this impressive achievement. So I will start with my presentation. Can we display? Can you put in the display? I don't. Yes. Click on. Hello? Okay. Oops. So now we had to do the two things at the same time. Sorry. Okay, that's that. Very good, thank you. Okay, my name is Ruben Masi. I am the technical lead of operation and maintenance of the reserve reactor section. I am part of the nuclear energy department and the division of fuel cycle and waste technology. So I will present today the activities of the agency, particularly focused on the Africa region. Okay. Okay, I apologize for this technical problem, but hello? Maybe you can pass to the next slide. Okay. So the outline of my presentation is an overview of the AEA. I will also present the status of reserve reactors in the world, reserve reactor in Africa, the support provided by TC, and I will describe some highlighted supporting activities for reserve reactor in Africa, but particularly focus on operation and maintenance, since my colleague Andrei Sitnikov and Farhana Nasser will provide you with the support for safety and capacity building. And then I will make a brief comment about the conference. So in order to describe or to present the AEA, I choose this statement from our General Director, Rafael Mariano Grossi, about definition of the agency. It's not the traditional one, but I think it's very according to the purpose. The agency is a formidable institution that deals with issues of war and peace, of human health, of energy, food and water, all fundamental concerns of the human beings. So this is the agency. So the agency has 180 members as last year, end of last year, and 2,500 staff that came from over 100 countries. The headquarters are in Vienna, and also the agency has laboratories in Sieverdorf, Monaco and Vienna, and regional offices in Toronto and Tokyo, and liaison offices in New York and Geneva. The agency is part of the United Nations system and has is among of the 17 United Nations specialized agency, and also participate in the United Nations committees and bodies, and has a cooperation agreement with many other institutions as CTBTO, Nuclear Energy Agency, and OECD and WANO. So the three main areas of work are related to nuclear science and technology, safety and security, safeguard and verification. So the organization of the agency has a director general with several offices attended by director general and 6 departments. There are 3 technical departments: the nuclear energy, nuclear science and application, nuclear safety and security, and safeguard, technical cooperation and management. This is the flowchart of agency in which there are the sixth department, and then each department has several divisions. In the three technical departments, we are working together, and the three department has sections under the division that relate to research reactor issues. And in these three sections is physics section for nuclear applications, research reactor section for nuclear energy, and safety section for nuclear safety and security. These three sections work together supporting research reactors, and we are also very close related with the Department of Technical Cooperation to carry on our activities. So we are going to present an overview of the research reactors in the world. The global picture is that from the first research reactor, which was the Chicago Pile in 1942, till now, the last one commissioned was the VR2, it's a critical facility in the Czech Republic, 2 years ago. We have 824 research reactors in 72 countries. But now we have about 1/3 of these reactors in operations. So we have 235 research reactors in operation, including 7 that are temporarily shut down in 54 countries. So the amount of reactors has decreased dramatically. And another issue is that the aging of the research reactor is taking more and more interest and concern. So if we can see in the last, by December this year, we have almost one each 4 that are 60 years old. So 25% of the total operating reactors, and more than 54 in fact, are 50 years old or more. So this is something that is taking concern from all the community. If we see the geographical distribution of the research reactor, we can see that 2/3 are in Europe, Asia Pacific, and North America. And if we see by country, the distribution is in 3 countries account for 50% of the research reactors. Africa accounts for 4% of the total research reactor in operation. Sorry, what? We went to the end very quickly. No. Sorry. Okay. Okay, these are the situation of forthcoming research reactors. In the display, you have 4 or the most important project nowadays. One is from Argentina, the RA10, that will be presented by Pablo Cantero probably during this meeting. We have also the MEBR, which is a lead bismuth reactor. It's a fast breeder. 150 megawatt is one of the biggest in the operating. And we have also the Pallas reactor that has started the construction last year, I think, or early this year. And also we have the Bolivian reactor, which is in construction. I visited the reactor in May 2025, and we have also presentation in this meeting. So in total, we have 12 research reactors that are projects. And most of them, or 5 of them, are with a commissioning target date by next year or the following. So in total, we have 30 countries that have formal plans or are considering building a new research reactor. So we are going to see what is the situation in Africa. In Africa, we have 8 facilities in 7 countries currently in operation. The total is 16, but many of them are in shutdown or decommissioning. And there are 2 facilities that are planned, one MPR in Nigeria and Safari 2 in South Africa. So, regarding the non-nuclear countries, we have 10 African countries that are embarking, and these are Ethiopia, Kenya, Niger, Rwanda, Senegal, Sudan, Tunisia, Uganda, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. These are countries that are considering including reserve reactors or nuclear energy in their activities. So about the technical cooperation, how we provide the support to member states, we do through technical cooperation. And technical cooperation is an agency primary mechanism for transferring nuclear technology to member states and helping them address key development priorities. So if we see the technical cooperation program in 2024-25, technical cooperation attended 148 recipient countries. And the distribution of the countries is as following, that 1/3 of this support is to African countries. That means 47 countries receive support from technical cooperation. This is not only nuclear, but is in general. So the way that we deliver this support to the countries is through national projects or regional projects or interregional projects. The activities that is supported by the agency through technical cooperation are typically expert mission, fellowship, training, and scientific visits, procurement of equipment and materials, and training courses and meetings, or organization of conference, symposium, or seminars, like, for instance, is this conference. So I will describe some activities that we are developing in support of Africa, but related to operation and maintenance. As I said, my colleagues will describe for other areas. So, in the order of regional events for operation and maintenance, okay, we deliver 3 main activities. One is the regional training course on aging management of reserve reactor that was delivered here in Pelindaba in 2023. Also, we organized the regional workshop on sharing experience and best practice on operation training, qualification, and requalification in Vienna. And also, this year, we organized a follow-up technical meeting for aging management of reserve reactors in Vienna that was a follow-up of the technical regional training course that we delivered 2 years ago. So regarding other supporting activities, these are an example of some project that we deliver some support. There are some expert missions, like we deliver to Egypt in-service inspection mission or in-service inspection missions for DTRR1, or some specific for evaluation of systems, or to the Congo also for in-service inspection. And we have some other activities that are related to procurement, like radiation protection equipment, high definition underwater radiation resistant camera for in-service inspection, or the complete new instrumentation and control system for Ghana, for instance, or for Nigeria and Libya. So these are an example. Another area of support is the scientific visit that we deliver operator or members of the maintenance staff for training in another facility. For example, in Nigeria, we send training staff to aging management to Kingston, Jamaica, or, well, we have also in Morocco, yes, In Morocco, we send people to reactor in Budapest. Okay, these are two other activities that we develop in support of operational maintenance, not specifically for Africa, but also is a great impact regarding the main issues for research reactor operational maintenance nowadays. One is the publication of the IEA NRG 5.2 that was released last year, and this is a guide for development and aging management program, modernization and refurbishment for research reactors. This is a very useful guide for establishing a long-term operation in the reactor. And the other was released 2 months ago, is the TechDoc 1263 Revision 1, which is the application of non-destructive testing and in-service inspection to research reactor. This is a useful guide to develop in-service inspection in the research reactor that also are aimed to extend the lifetime of the reactor. So this is a sample of the upcoming events that we are for the next year. I will not describe all of them, but just to let you know that these are available in my presentation. And we have several events, mostly in Vienna. And this is okay for you to know. Finally, I would like to say something about the conference. This is a very interesting conference. I'm happy that you are here, and we are here more than 30 countries, and we can have more than 110 participants, more than 50 presentations, and 50 posters or 40 posters. So it's a very interesting conference represented with 4 continents. So this is a very good achievement that was made with the organization of this conference that I want to mention now. The organization of this conference was made by Nexa, which is the leader of this conference, and we are co-organizing jointly with Nexa. So we have I want to thank Nexa staff, the scientific advisory committee, the chairperson of this conference, and from AEA, the participating areas or sections are the TC Regional Africa, Asia Pacific, Latin America, and Europe, and the sections for research reactor safety and nuclear application. Thank you very much. I wish you a very good conference. Yes. Whoops.
Thank you, Mr. Mazi. As we proceed with our program, you have mentioned that the conference, for it to happen, Nexa had to play a huge role. And one of the persons that really contributed to the planning of this conference is Mr. Malaka, who is currently the reactor manager of the Safari 1 research reactor, who succeeded and took over Mr. Koos de Bruyn. And he is also the national coordinator for the AFRA-TC program. So Mr. Malaka, we would please come through and share how Nexa is contributing towards this conference. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Program Director, for the introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And firstly, I would like to apologize about the glitches, but overall, I want to extend my sincere appreciation to the colleagues standing on the podium. First, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to Mr. Mbambo from the Department of Energy for making it when we decided to Minister's agenda came in between us. Mr. Thabo Tselane, the NTP Managing Director, thanks for your availability today to give us a welcome address. Mr. Mazi, and then I would also like to extend my sincere appreciation to the TC project, represented by Mr. Azza, and then the audio talk from the TC director. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to South Africa. My name is Semi Malaka. As the program director introduced, I'm the current reactor manager for Safari 1. I'm succeeding Mr. Koos-Du Brain. Before I start my talk, we will do the official appreciation of the sponsors of this event. I would like to signal INVEP for their massive contribution to this conference, as well as Rosatom Energy in Cape Town, as well as HNS, who made sure that we can pull off this conference. Thank you, sir, Felipe, and then Ryan for your massive contribution. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think you are between me and break. I'll be quick. So my talk today is just to introduce Nexa and then highlight Safari for those who doesn't know, and then promote our African research reactor for this conference, and then I'll conclude. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Nexa began in the 1940s when the executives gives a presentation. They indicate that Nexa is actually older than the International Atomic Energy Agency. So I'll take you through the timeline of Nexa in terms of development. So I think Nexa was formed around the 1940s, as I've said. And then the second milestone was the Safari Research Reactor that was commissioned 18 March 1965. And then I think in the 70s, Nexa also developed some of the PWR fuel for our sister reactor that Mr. Mbambo talked about, the Koeberg nuclear power plant. And then we've got two main subsidiaries, which is Pelchem, which we deal with fluorochemicals, which is a very important ingredient in the fuel cycle. And of course, I think Mr. Tselane gave you a talk in terms of the subsidiary NTP, which is the nuclear technology product. So in terms of the landscape, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the map down there, in terms of the nuclear industry in SA, we are here in Pretoria. So in Pretoria, we've got three major institutions. We've got NNR, which is the nuclear regulator, and then we've got Nexa, and then also around Johannesburg, we've got Itemba Lab offices, which are in the University of the Witwatersrand. Then going down to Cape Town, if you look at the other circle in the Cape Town area, we've got our two reactors, two units that Mr. Mbambo proudly indicated that now they have officially have a long-term operation approved by the regulator to operate beyond their 40-year design life. And then towards Northern Cape, we've got what we call a waste disposal facility, which we store low-level and then medium-level waste. I would like to play a small video, an introductory video for Nexa if my selector, you can just play a 1-minute video for Nexa, just to introduce the landscape of the Nuclear Energy Corporation of South Africa. Thank you. Are you ready?
Nexa, we are in your world.
Thank you, thank you. We are indeed in your world. Okay, in terms of the South African nuclear energy program, ladies and gentlemen, I think the previous speakers have alluded in terms of our journey. I'll just run it quickly. I think in 1965, I've talked about Safari, I've talked the Timber Labs. I think around the 1990s, we've got NTP, and then around 1998 to 2003, we've got the PBMR project. But I think there's good news now. In the month of November, I think precisely, Mr. Mbambo, around the 12th, 13th, the PBMR project has been lifted out of care and maintenance, and then Nexa will proceed with the pebble bed modular reactor project. All right, I think we saw the strides. We started with nuclear one around 2006 to 2012. The same with PBMR, I think it was halted, but I think Mr. Mbambo gave the highlight in terms of the recent development to increase capacity as far as nuclear energy is concerned in South Africa. And then I think in our front, I think we've got previous colleagues here. I'll not mention names, but I think we've got the DIPR that we sort of started around 2010 to 2012. And then in 2019, we resuscitated and called it the multipurpose reactor. And then as far as the multipurpose reactor is concerned, we are very excited as Nexa. It's one of the golden projects that will help in terms of complementing the achievement of the Safari 1 research reactor. I think we've got a speaker in the name of Molalo who will come and give a status update as far as the flagship project of Nexa is concerned on the multipurpose reactor. I think look forward to that talk as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, those who are not familiar with our research reactor, Safari 1, it's a 20 megawatt tank in a pool reactor. As I've indicated, it achieved first criticality 18 March 1965. And then I think as Safari, we pride ourselves in terms of the high level utilization. We are actually averaging for the past 10 years, you will see, we are sitting on 292. Our aim is to operate 300 days per annum. So in terms of the characteristics of the Safari, it's a high flux neutron reactor. It's light water moderated and cooled, and then it has a beryllium reflector. So in terms of our operation schedule, we operate 24/7. We've got what we call a 5 days maintenance shutdown per cycle. And then I think we shut down from 7 o'clock Saturday, and then we start up the next Thursday. And we have rigorously maintained this efficient maintenance program to ensure that we live to our target of 300 days per year. So our cycle is between 23 and 30 days at full power, and then we've got that 5 days operational time. So in a year, we've got what we call a extended shutdown program, which is a maximum of 12 days. So if you take the 5 days, you times it by 10 and plus 12, we are just making less than 60 days of maintenance in a year. And we stick it to it, and then we have done that for the past 10 years, and then we have consistently achieved our targets. So one of the greatest operation target is to align with the nuclear medicine that Mr. Thabo Tselane talked about. So as we know, Safari is an ingredient in terms of the production of the medical isotopes. So we do provide our clients with our schedule 2 years in advance, and then we have consistently maintained that for the past 10 years. So in terms of our last performance, ladies and gentlemen, if you can see in those graphs, the first one is the 2 quarters of 2023-24, and then 2024-2025. We have consistently achieved that target. So on a 10-year, for the past 3 years, you can see on average we are sitting at 288, 289, and 295 days of operation. So I think the speakers have alluded. This year we have celebrated the 60th anniversary of Safari. It was a big, joyous moment. My mentor there, Mr. Dubrain, and then the previous reactor manager, Dr. Charles Piani, were in attendance, as well as our minister. And then I think we've taken them through, as well as the deputy minister, to visit our facility as part of the celebration of the 60th anniversary. It was indeed a very big moment. I think we'll skip this one. So in terms of the way forward for Safari 1, we have received the authorization limit from our nuclear regulator in terms of the operation of the reactor. So like all other reactors, we need to justify continuous safe operation, which we call CSO, and then in the nuclear power plant space, we call it LTO. So we have engaged the regulator. We've got a very tight timeline in terms of achieving that justification for us, like Gubek, to be granted authorization for another 10 years beyond 2030. So as part of that activities, I think the speaker alluded to, I think in the form of Mr. Tselane, to say we've got a robust Safari aging management that we have embarked since 2008 to ensure that all SSCs, system structures and components, are adequately serviced to ensure continuous operation beyond 2030. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Jakotolo will highlight the achievement as well as the trajectory that we are taking in terms of the Safari aging management. So it's look out for that talk as well. Then I think in terms of sustenance, we have talked about the flagship program, which is the MPR project, of which I think Ms. Mulalo will present. So Safari and the MPR project, in terms of the planning, they will run concurrent. As you can see, the planned commissioning of Safari 1 is between 2035. So both Safari 1 as well as the MPR, we plan them, they will run concurrently for a period of 5 years. So I think that is another exciting talk in terms of the status of the MPR. But just to make it, in terms of what are the attributes of MPR. So the MPR key requirements, ladies and gentlemen, I think we will like to maintain and sustain our market niche as an isotope production institution. We are looking at also enhancing the neutron transmutation doping aspect in the MPR. And then I think that its beamline application, we've got a talk in terms of beamline application by Dr. Andrew Fenter. Look out for that. So the other two aspects of the MPR, which we have encompassed, is the material testing part as well as the fuel testing part. So I think I'll leave this one in terms of the key requirements. I think the colleagues from the MPR project would outline in terms of what is the status and the next steps of the MPR project. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think in October this year, we had the honor as well and the privilege of hosting DG Grossi in our facility. It was indeed a great momentous occasion. And then I think you can see the remarks. He was definitely pleased in terms of how Nexa is faring in terms of their contribution and the maintenance of the reactor facilities. So it was indeed a momentous occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I know Mr. Mazi introduced the operating research reactors. I think this is the flagship of the African research reactors, with Safari 1 being the oldest. I think we've got colleagues from all the operating research reactors in Africa represented in this conference. And then we are excited and elated in terms of the contributions and the success that they will share with us in terms of the status of the African research reactors. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I think as we've indicated that Safari 60 years, we will support, and then I think I must indicate that there is huge support in Nexa for the aging management program to ensure that the continued safe operation for the remaining life of the Safari 1 reactor is maintained in terms of the structural integrity, as I've mentioned, of this 60-year-old Safari research reactor. So, as I've indicated, we envisage that the replacement Safari 1, the MPR project, will take plus or minus 10 years from start of feasibility, of which we have done, until MPR commissioning to supplement the aging Safari 1 research reactor. Ladies and gentlemen, I think Safari will be maintained as one of the sustainable operational facility to ensure our medical isotope production is sustained. And then I have also alluded, ladies and gentlemen, that we have started to embark on our LTO, which is a long-term operation of Safari, or in other words, the extension, which we hope that by 2030, we should gain a positive record of decision from our regulator in terms of the life extension of Safari beyond 2030 with another 10 years. I think one of the aspects that we are dealing with, it's a very serious risk that we are managing, is the security of supply risk. But I think we've got all ducks in a row in terms of ensuring that we manage that risk in terms of the security of supply, largely with the fuel, so that we can ensure the continuous operation of our research reactor. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is my last slide. I really thank you and welcome to the African Research Reactor Conference. And then I think we'll be able to take some 1 or 2 questions at the end. So I think more pictures will follow. I think Philippe and the colleagues and some of the guys that arrived, they sent some very nice picture as they land. Thank you very much. Thank you, Program Director.
Are there any questions? Can we have the roving mics? if there are any questions. Can I see by the raise of hands? Okay, it seems as if there are no questions. I guess it will give us time to also just interact during tea time. We will be heading to our tea time, and I would just like to thank the speakers in this session, Mr. Tselane, the General Manager of NTP, the DDG from the DEE Nuclear Branch, Mr. Mbambo, IEA representative, Mr. Ruben Mazi, and also in absentia, the acting director for the Africa Technical Department, Mr. Joshua Volde. So thank you very much. We will be back here by 11:20. And while you take your tea, please also just go out through the door. On your left, you will find the exhibitors hall, where you can interact with some of the exhibitors that we have for this conference. It will be nice to just also get to see what they are showcasing and also get some information from them. 11:20. So let's be seated by 11:20. Thank you very much.
start with the next section. I'm glad to be the chairman for this section, also because I consider the utilization one of the base of in a lifetime of a reactor, together with the aging management operation and the safety. So thank you all of you for being still here. Thank you for the organizer. And so I can present the first speaker, Vincent Bernard, that will speak about radioisotope production and other radiation service in research reactor, current challenges and opportunities. So thank you, Vincent.
It's green. And now, okay, it's okay. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your nice, kind introduction. And it's a great pleasure for me to be back in South Africa and to have the opportunity to give a presentation on the current challenges. I think, okay. On the current challenges and opportunities in the production of radioisotopes and other irradiation services provided by research reactors. So after a first short introduction, I will highlight the role played by our BR2 high-flux reactor in the supply chain, and especially in the securing the supply of medical radioisotopes as Moly-99, Technetium-99m, Lutetium-177, Terbium-161, Yttrium-90 and Holmium-166 microspheres, Tungsten-188, Uranium-188 generators, Iridium-192, Strontium-89, Tin-117m, and it's not an exhaustive list. A lot of radioisotopes are produced in such reactors. Of course, I will also provide a few words on the secure supply of NTD silicon. I think it's also a commercial activity that should be highlighted also, and the role played by research reactor in this. And then I will come to some conclusions. So just I want to remind you that historically, most of the research reactors were not designed for production of radioisotopes and things like that. There were multi-purpose facilities for various applications in fundamental research, material and nuclear fuel investigations. So they are not dedicated to this kind of commercial productions, but are currently playing a key role in providing irradiation services for several applications in nuclear medicine, for diagnosis therapy, palliative treatments, industry, radio tracers, non-destructive testing, semiconductors, and fundamental research. What is also very important to notice is that the revenues from the commercial activities, from the production of radioisotopes and NTD silicons, are very essential to support the operating cost of the operating reactors. So it changed the landscape a lot in comparison to the 80s, 90s, where the most income were coming from irradiation of materials and fuel ramps and things like that. And at that time, the production of radioisotopes was just marginal, I would say. So the picture changed a lot, and I think for the newcomers like Safari 2 and so on, they will have to build and foresee serious irradiation capacity also to face this demand. So, as said in the previous communications, a big concern to be addressed is the aging of our operating reactors now, and also their reliability to produce radioisotopes, for example, because the radioisotopes cannot be stockpiled, and you need really a reliable supply. We should also note that the number of accelerators is increasing for the production of medical radioisotopes. If you speak about actinium-225 and others, but there is a limited number of research reactors involved in the global production of radioisotopes. And this is especially the case for the production of technetium-99m, which is used in 40 million nuclear medicine procedures worldwide. So you need a continuous supply of Moly-99 with its half-life of 66 hours to produce about 9,000 Curie 6A calibrated every week. And the 6A calibrated is in fact a unit expressing the delay between the end of the processing of the targets and the availability of the technetium-99m at the hospitals for the patient diagnosis. So you see here the distribution of the needs in North America, 53%. It should be noticed that currently there is no production source of Moly-99 yet. Europe is using 23% of the available Moly-99, Asia 20%, and the rest of the world 4%. As the radioisotopes cannot be stockpiled, it's mandatory to have also good networks, coordinated networks of research reactors to be sure that all the hospitals are supplied worldwide. So it's a big, big, big job to achieve this kind of thing. So security of supply is mandatory in this field. And of course, for the future, we need to install extra irradiation capacity in research reactors and even in power reactors to face the explosive increasing demand for some radioisotopes for therapy like lutetium-177 NCA, so no carrier added, because there are two kinds of lutetiums. I will tell about this further. About the reactor BR2, I took this example because it's one of the most powerful reactors involved in this field. You see the facility, the reactor in the middle of the pool there, and also an easy access to go out of the reactor and to transfer the irradiated targets either to a storage channel there in the middle. That's the case for Moly-99 or irradiated uranium targets. And of course, if decanning is needed to recover the quartz samples of radioisotopes, then we have an easy access as well to the hot cell facilities. So S8 BR2 is a major facility in this field. It's a high flux reactor, I would say a very high flux reactor, because we have neutron fluxes up to 1.2 10 to the 15 neutron per square centimeter per second. And we have also the possibility to irradiate targets inside the fuel elements if fast flux is needed. Large irradiation volumes, very flexible core configuration, and we increased our operating regime from 150 operating days per year in 2019 up to now 203 days since 2020, especially to be more on the market, of course, and to supply medical radioisotopes more often. About the reactor itself, it's a high-flux reactor, material testing reactor. We have light water as coolant, Beryl matrix as a reflector. We are still running on HAU, but we have a conversion plan in place. We irradiated already fuel assemblies also successfully for that. The reactor is still in a good shape. It has been refurbished many times. The first criticality was achieved in '61, and the last refurbishment consisted to replace the beryllium matrix for the third time, and in 2015, 2016. to face the shutdown of the NRU reactor in Canada and to be able to supply Moly-99, take this role over. The core itself is very compact. It's just 1 meter, as you can see in the middle there. But due to the unique shape of the reactor, which is a hyperbolic of revolution, you have easy access to the top of the reactor, and it provides large irradiation volumes. I said already that the configuration is very flexible. So you can see there cross-section of the core, mid-plane, and you see a flux drop in the middle. So it's a fuel element surrounded by 6 irradiation channels in which we produce radioisotopes with high specific activity. I know there is a talk also on the production of iridium-192, so there we are using fluxes of 10 to the 15 neutron per square centimeter per second to produce not only medical radioisotopes, but also industrial ones. In the red, the location of the control rods. In pink, the location of the fuel elements. In green, the location of the dedicated irradiation devices for the irradiation of uranium targets for Moly-99 production. So you see, it's a huge capacity. And in orange, a lot of other devices which allow to load and unload irradiation capsules for radioisotope production. We have also 2 irradiation facilities for the irradiation of silicon ingots. One is in core, as you can see in gray, the Sidonie facility, in which we are able to irradiate ingots up to 5 inches. And then in the poolside facility, we have another irradiation facility, so-called Poseidon, in which we have 6 holes, and we can irradiate there 6 and 8 inches ingots. So we operate the reactor 203 days per year in 7 cycles, and the cycles are 28 or 20 up to 35 days. And it's the length of the cycle is determined by the networking of nuclear medicine in Europe. I will tell you about that, in a coordinated way to have enough neutrons all the year round to irradiate those LEU uranium targets to provide supply Moly-99 to the processors, and finally the Moly tech generators to the hospitals. So I mentioned already this list, so diagnosis, therapy, palliation, a lot of radioisotopes for that, for the patients. Not only medical radioisotopes, also we produce industrial isotopes like iridium-192 for non-destructive testing of wells in different kind of sectors, and also tracers on demand. I told you already about the facilities we have installed, so the Sidonie facility and the Poseidon facility. You can see this huge facility there in the surrounding the core, in fact. So very important is to secure the supply of medical radioisotopes, and the most effective way to produce Moly-99 is by fission of uranium-235, and then finally you have Moly-99, and by decay the technetium-99m. Historically, in the late 50s, they started already to produce Moly-99, but they used just natural Moly targets, and the yield achieved there is only 1 curie per gram of Moly-98. So I know in Canada, for example, in the power reactors, they want to irradiate Moly in large quantities and so on, but you have to notice that the yield is very poor, so it means the specific activity as well. I will show you after. So keep in mind the 1 curie per gram of moly. So in the late 60s, the fission route was developed, and you see that at that time there were different other reactors involved, like the NRU reactor in Canada was number 1, BR2 in Belgium, HFR in the Netherlands, Safari, of course, Safari 1 in South Africa, Siloé, France, HIFER in HIFAR, so not HIFER in Oak Ridge, but in Australia, and Osiris reactor in France. Then came in the late 90s the Maple project. So in Canada, they wanted to replace the NRU reactor by 2 Maple reactors, same design, and there was a big problem because they never started. They never got the permission to start up because there was an unexpected positive reactivity coefficient observed, and so it would not have been safe to operate this kind of reactors. So they had 2 new reactors, a brand new processing facility in the middle to supply, in fact, in terms of capacity, 2 times the world demand in Moly-99, and this was a big, big failure, and that's the reason why we have now all these concerns and all these committees, different organizations working on the secure supply of Moly-99 especially. So the project was cancelled in 2008, and then we faced a lot of disruptions due to the fact that the reactors were aging already at that time, NRU reactor especially, and also the HFR reactor in Patton. So then we created different committees also to try to analyze the situation and mitigate the impact on the patients. We had also the definitive closure of several reactors like HIFER in Australia, Osiris in France, and the NRU reactor. And we were lucky to have some newcomers like the Maria reactor also present in the room, LVR-15 in Czech Republic, and the HIFER reactor in Austria has been replaced also by the OPAL reactor. This picture is just to highlight that it's not easy to produce Moly-99. There are a lot of things, activities involved, starting from uranium, enrichment of uranium, manufacturing of targets, irradiation of targets in the reactor, let's say during 1 week. Then you have to unload the targets during the operation of the reactor in most of the reactors. It's not everywhere the case. Then you have to cool down the targets before you are allowed to load them in massive containers like you see in yellow. This container is, the weight of the container 6 tons, and we are able to ship 3 targets of 4 grams of uranium-235 each. So 12 grams of uranium-235 by road, of course, to, in the case of BR2 reactor, to 2 processing facilities, one located in Fleurus in Belgium and the other one in the Netherlands in Patton, so the Curium facility and the IRE facility, and they sent the bulk moly to generator manufacturers, and then the moly is supplied, delivered to either central radiopharmacies in the US or as generators in hospitals. So that's just to highlight the supply chain. I will go a little bit quickly now through the slides, but there is so much to tell about all this, and but I try to give you a good overview of all the efforts that are done also within our community research reactors to secure this kind of supply. And I have not to forget all the work done by Nuclear Medicine Europe I'm the chairman of the Security of Supply Working Group, and we succeeded to have inside represented the main research reactors involved in the production of Moly-99. There are only 6 globally. You see the BR2 reactor in Belgium, HFR in the Netherlands, in Petten, Maria reactor in Poland, LVR-15 in Czech Republic, the Safari reactor, of course, here, and the Opal reactor in Australia. And they deliver their irradiated targets to only four processing facilities. IORI in Belgium, Curium in the Netherlands, NTP, of course, locally, and ENSTO also locally in Australia. And they send the bulk to different generator manufacturers, and a lot of logistics involved in this. Just to have a view, you see Europe is very active in this, and 2 poles there, you see, South Africa and Australia. And we manage, and you see nothing for the moment. There are some Argentina, and they are part of NMU also, and they will be more active when RE10 will be operating, of course, but that's the current situation. I told you about 1 Curie program of Moly. So you see, if we typically in the BR2 irradiate 1 target of 4 grams of uranium-235, we get order of magnitude 1,000 Curie of Moly-99 at the end of the irradiation after 1 week. And you see that we have to cool down the target before loading into the shipment containers. Then we lose already 20% of the produced activity. Then we ship the moly to the processing facility. They ship the bulk moly recovered to the generator manufacturer, and half of the activity is gone. At the end, only 12% of the produced Moly-99 is available for the patients. So that's very important. And you see 1,000 Curie at the end per gram of uranium compared to 1 Curie per gram of moly. So if we have to produce the same amount with moly, natural or enriched targets, you need to irradiate a lot of material, and there is a lot of processing also involved. Other kind of ways, we cannot argue on everything. This is just to highlight you the fact that the supply chain is very quite difficult. You can see there are a lot of companies involved, and to make sure that the technetium is arriving to the patient when it's scheduled to diagnose him. About the capacities, and that's important, that's the work done together with the NEA, the OECD. And so you can see those numbers in the reports there. And you see, for example, there the operating days of the reactor, number of weeks per year, the irradiation capacity they have installed per week. It's not that there is fully used. It's just, we are not speaking about commercial things. It's only irradiation capacity available. And you see it also per year, what they can do, and also the estimation of the end of operation of the reactor. So I noticed 2034 Safari, and there would be an extension, which would be very good, and a replacement project. For BR2, it's already 2036, but we are also looking further with this reactor. Okay. So it's almost time, but then I will go very quickly. We translate this irradiation capacity in a calendar to see that we have enough Moly-99 every week, so above the red line of 9,000 Curie 6D calibrated. And we can do the same, and I will be very short on that, but I think moly is of most concern also, and it highlights what we are doing with research reactor for that. For production of lutetium-177, we have 2 routes to produce it. So there are two kinds of lutetium. It's the carrier added, in which you have still lutetium-177M with 160 days half-life, and you don't want this in the patient, of course. And the other one is by irradiation of ytterbium-176, and that's the route that will be done in future exclusively almost. Another production is terbium-161. It's a kind of lutetium-177, but potentially more attractive because there is also emission of Auger electrons, which could be a better adapted treatment for some diseases. You can produce like this. The slides will be available, I guess, after you can read that also. This slide is only to highlight that you need also very high flux reactors to produce some dedicated radioisotopes, especially the case for rhenium-188. It's a double neutron capture. You start from enriched tungsten-186 to produce finally tungsten-188. This is an example of a radioisotope produced inside the fuel element of BR2 because fast flux is needed to provide this kind of, and it's used, the tin-117M, to treat joints of dogs. So we are not only treating humans. This, I will go very, very fast, is just to list the number of committees and organizations involved with securing the supply, especially of molybdenum-99. And I guess you receive also when there is something going wrong in the supply chain. So European Commission is also dealing with this kind of matter and also including replacement projects of reactors or some help. We have the Secure project. Sorry for that, but it's just for information. You have replacement projects like Pallas reactor, I would say also Safari 2, but I didn't know the name Safari 2 or MB or whatever, but it will be more clear during the conference. And important is also that CANDU reactors, especially in Canada, are already producing lutetium-177, I have to say in complementarity with research reactors, because there would not have been enough irradiation capacity in research reactor to face this huge demand. So I'm glad they are also involved with that. And for silicon doping, that's the same kind of supply chain you have. Other reactors are involved. Opal again, BR2, Safari, Hanaro, FRM2, and others. You see the diameter of the ingots that are able to irradiate and the number of tons per year they are able to irradiate. There are newcomers like Iritan, KGRR in South Korea, GRTR in Jordan is already there, but will also produce. And this is very important also for ministers are sitting in the room to say this initiative of NTD Silicon Alliance for Net Zero is very important, and we need a great support from national authorities also and international ones to recognize this action and to support also this production in research reactors. And conclusion? So, a lot of efforts have been made to secure the supply. Well-coordinated networks are mandatory for this. Lot of concern for irradiation capacity for lutetium and others seems to be okay with the help of power reactors. The revenues are very important for the operation of the research reactors, and I encourage every research reactor to apply the full cost recovery principle that we defined together with the OECD, also because otherwise you get some troubles in the supply chain and some reactors can be out of the business if they apply this full cost recovery and other not. So it's not good for our community. Thank you for your attention. Sorry for the time, but I think it's important also to bombard you with a lot of information, and then you can read somewhere about what you need. Questions? I don't know if you want the questions right now or...
Could be a couple of questions now, then
Okay.
I can suggest to remain here, and
Yes.
at the end, with all the speakers here, we can have a larger...
Yes. Ah, okay. If you would come to our center, SEK, I see from my office there was a lot of trees. There was a lot of trees. Now they are all cut. So there is a huge building already there in place. So they are constructing the phase 1 of Mira. So as you know, Mira is a spallation source and so on. Okay, it's the first is accelerator, so LINAC, 100 proton, 100 MeV proton. That's a so-called Minerva project, and we got some fundings to start with phase 1. So we are constructing the phase 1. You can see it. We have also received some fundings to continue the feasibility study of Mira. And if we have enough founders, then we would go further with the construction of Mira and upgrade the LINAC up to 600 MeV proton. I just want to say, in the past they said BR2 will be replaced by Mira. Yes, okay. It's a fact that SEK want to have still on site a big neutron machine. Mira is not comparable to BR2. It's a, you know, spallation and so on. So we will not do all the same programs in Mira that we are doing now in BR2. So Moly-99 is not more in the scope, for example. Silicon doping also not. So that's the reason why we are looking also to see how to extend the BR2 reactor further. But so it's still a project in life, of course. But it's not a pure replacement of the reactor BR2.
Okay.
Other questions?
Just one from me.
Okay.
About the silicon doping.
Yes.
Have you seen, or are you able to see if there are some trends connected to the more enlarged activity related to the alternative production of energy? So you mentioned that the silicon doping.
Yes, so of course for the high energy voltage and so on, so there is a big need for batteries, and so we see an increasing demand for this kind of material. And so I would say a few years ago, it was not really the case, because I would not have encouraged all the reactors to do so, because the money you get for it's very intensive work, a lot of manpower works and so on. So you can earn more incomes from radioactive and silicon doping. But we see now really a very increasing demand in this field. Yes.
Thank you. So if there are no other questions, thank you again. Okay.
Okay.
And the next speaker, Ibrahim Hassan, that will present experimental evaluation for high-yield 192 iridium production for enriched iridium at RTRR2. So, thank you.
You can sit here, yes. We decided to do so. It's easier. Otherwise, you...
The neutronic analysis to optimize iridium 192 in Egypt's second tertiary reactor. Our approach provides a dual strategy out of core and in of core. ITR-R2 Egypt second search reactor, it's an open pool tank, moderated and cooled with light water and reflected with beryllium and light water. The core consists of 6 array, 29 fuel elements and fixed cobalt irradiation position. Later, it was modified to 27 fuel elements and to allow molybdenum and iodine production. The core is surrounding of irradiation crate consists of beryllium as a reflector and irradiation boxes for irradiation in the out of the core. And the iridium 192 is one of them. Number 3. Motivation and objectives. Iridium 192 plays a key role in both industrial radiography and brachytherapy because it has a short half-life of about 24 days and strong gamma emissions. It requires continuous production to ensure a reliable supply. Our objectives was to develop a reliable framework for high-yield iridium 192 production at ITR-R2 by using 2 complementary methods. The first one is out of core, and the second one is in core. We aim to ensure safety and maximize the production yield and maintain the long-term sustainability. Number 4. The next. Our production system is based on a dual strategy framework. The first, out of core, this is used for in the out of the core to produce iridium 192 routinely. And the second, the in-core approach, and this introduces a new device for iridium irradiation device positioned within the core to achieve the neutron flux and yield. Together, these 2 methods provide both flexibility and regular operations and scalability for higher demand. The next. The next. Experimental validation protocol, number 5. With experimental validation, we used 6 enriched iridium disks with 80% of iridium 191, and the mass of the disk is around 15.2 milligrams, and the diameter is around 2.75 millimeters, and the thickness of the disk around 0.125 millimeters. And this is embedded in the graphite column with 0.7 centimeter spacing with aluminum can. The irradiation time, the 6 disks exposure at thermal neutron flux around 1.3 times 10 to the power 14 per centimeter square per second in the out of the core. The next, please. The potential production capacity. We have 6 irradiation positions around the core. Each irradiation position contains 10 cans per position, total 60 cans total, and 13 disks per can. And the total mass of the 6 irradiation positions around 12 gram total iridium. And for 6 cycles, the production around 6,000 core per batch. After 38 days of irradiation time. Irradiation time, we work three days in the week. After 6 weeks, around the total time 38, but the irradiation time around 18 days. After 10 days of the cooling, the specific activity around 525 curie per gram. And the annual out of the core production will be 56,000 curie per year for the out of the core position, and 13 production batch per year achievable. The next, please. The neutron flux reduction due to the target shielding. Because the high absorption cross sections of the iridium, the self-shielding is more. The flux in the out of the core, in the position, in the sixth position, the thermal flux around with no target of iridium around 1.3 times 10 of the power 14. After in the iridium around 8 times 10 of the power 16. The self-shielding around 60%. For the epithermal flux with no target around 4.8 times 10 of the power 13, and in the iridium disk around 4.4 times 10 of the power 16. The self-shielding in the epithermal around 90. The average fast flux around 1.9 times 10 of the power 13, and inside the iridium target 1.87 times 10 of the power 13. Around the same, I think 98. The next slide. The specific activity of iridium 192. The measured versus the MCNBX calculation. For the reactor operation in the week for 3 days and 4 days for decay. After 3 days, the experimental specific activity around 117 curie per gram, and for MCNBX specific activity around 120 curie per gram. And the error between the MCNBX and the experimental around 2. And after six cycles, around 38 time of the beginning of the irradiation, the experimental specific activity around 566 curie per gram. And with the MCNBX around 6,080 curie per gram. The maximum error between the MCNBX and the experimental specific activity for specific activity around 9%. In the figure, we found that the measured and the calculated specific activity, I think has got agreement between the MCNBX and the experimental. And in the blue figure is the depletion to neutron irradiation. If the enrichment of the iridium at the beginning of the irradiation around 80%. After 6 cycles around 72. The next, the in-core strategy. This the last is the out of the core. For the in-core strategy iridium irradiation device, we will replace the cobalt irradiation device with the iridium irradiation device. The design concept modified existing cobalt schist device geometry to hold iridium foils. The iridium irradiation device contains graphite discs with slots for enriched iridium foil. The device consists of many discs from the graphite, and each disc from the graphite contains slots or foils from the iridium. The configuration study 12 cases varying foil number per disc, 36 or 30 or 46 or 56, and the disc thickness between 0.5 and 2 centimeter. 0.5, 1.5 to 2 centimeter. This is the 12 case. The safety, the neutronic analysis confirmed all irradiation iridium device configurations operate safely, and their activity was is within the safety limits. The next, please. This is the results and optimization. In the table, this is the 12 cases we calculated. Case 1, 2, 3, 4, the number of foils in the disk, 36. And case 5, 6, 7, 8, 46. And so for case 1, 2, 1 and 2, 3, 4, the disk thickness is different, 0.5 or 1 or 1.5 or 2. And this is the total number of foils in each case, and the total mass between 19 grams in case 4 and around 111 for case 9. We found that case 9 is the most case and the more total mass and more specific activity, and but is the self shielding is less self shielding, around 29%. Okay, the iridium shows strong self shielding due to its high density and capture cross section. The iridium has absorption cross sections is higher. Okay. The next slide. Figure 1 shows the specific activity for all 12 cases. We show that case number 4 is the best case because the number of foils is the least, and case number 9 is the least case for specific activity. After 6 cycles, we found that case number 4, the specific activity is more than 1,200. And case number 4 consists of 36 foils in the disk, and the disk thickness around 2 centimeters. But for the total activity, we found that case number 9 is the best case for the total activity, but the least specific activity. The total activity of case number 9 around is more than 60,000 curie per batch. The batch consists of 6 cycles. Okay, the next slide. This is the total annual activity per year. We found that case number 9 is the most, and the annual activity more than 680,000 curie. This is for the total annual activity for case number 9, and for all the cases here, the case number and the days and the activity. For example, case number 1, the activity around 43,000 curie after 22 days, and the activity after 10 days decay before shipment around 39,000, and the number of cycle in year around 14 times, and the total annual activity per year for number 1 around 584,000 curie per year, and the specific activity for all cases is more than 55 curie per gram. كويس. Next. The next, please. Conclusion. A reliable MCNBX model was experimentally validated within error from within 2 to 9%. For the out of the core production can supply around 6,000 core per batch, and in the year around 56,000 core. For the designed in-core iridium irradiation device, around for the maximum yield, case number 9, around 682,000 core per year. We found that the dual strategy framework ensure both routine supply and the maximum annual production for ITRR2. The next. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. So any question or comment? Okay, yeah.
I have one question. First, it's a general question about the operation of the reactor. So you have 3 days of operation per week. So it seems of other radios. I visited your reactor, and at that time I said always, could you consider to operate the reactor for, let's say, 6 days or a week or whatever? Then you would not have all these stages. If you want to produce Moly-99, even the same. If you have 1 week, let's say, or 6 days of irradiation,
oh yes, but
it would be better.
Up to now, we irradiate for molybdenum and iodine only, not iridium. Not iridium.
But it would be more appropriate, I think, to operate cycles of, let's say, 6 days a week, to avoid all these steps. The second question I have, so we are also producing a lot of this kind of things for HDR, and the standard dimensions seems to me to be 0.36? 0.6 times 3.5 millimeter.
Yes.
I don't know why you consider other sizes.
The other size from this, we have main standard, and this standard of the IAEA.
Ah, okay. So
yes,
just general comment. So
we already experiment on this foil.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any question?
First one. Okay.
Micro, perhaps, or
Micro.
Thank you, Speaker. My name is Maurice Mashao from Nexa. I wanted to ask you, maybe I missed it when you were presenting. I wanted to... So my question was, I wanted to know, like, how many irradiation positions do you have for iridium? And I also wanted to understand if you still have the cobalt position that is in core. And then I also wanted to know, like, how many positions do you have for Molerix?
In core, and 6 positions out of the core. The positions in the core is we replaced the cobalt irradiation device with the iridium irradiation device. One device and one position.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the last question. Okay, so I think. Okay, Still one, then we will get time at the end. No.
Okay, thank you.
No, it's
Thank you for your presentation. I have one question about the fast neutron. There is any effect regarding the importance or the value of the fast neutrons comparing to the thermal? There is any strategy to avoid this contribution?
The most important is the thermal neutrons, not the fast neutrons. For the irradiation of the iridium, the most important is the thermal neutrons, not the fast neutrons.
And also, what's the impact of managing heating during the production?
The heating is computed with Dr. Abdel Fattah, thermal hydraulics, and is under limits.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
okay. Thank you. Then we will remain time for the question at the end of the section. I will be the next speaker. So if you can upload my presentation. I will speak about our celebration of 60 years, because also in Pavia we are celebrating 60-year operation. Is a different kind of reactor, is a small reactor in a university. So the application and utilization are really different, but let me say, I will not focus my talk on a specific one, okay? But I will start really at the beginning. Our university is one of the oldest. There are records in the 825 was established the first courses in law. There are some records about that. And then there are other records in 1361 and also in the next century. But that's just as your information. Also, the university has changed between the start point to the final one. And which was the start point for the reactor? The reactor started from the idea of Rollier, that was a professor at the Department of Chemistry, and at the time, just one department can think to start a small facility like a Triga in that period, so in that age. The department started to study nuclear science in general, not with the Triga, but started with a first facility, critical assembly, called SM1. And here, really fast, from the 60 to 65 in 5 years, they had something that couldn't happen, I think, nowadays. They had the first criticality. So here you have some picture of that time. At that time, the idea was really limited to the application connected to the Department of Chemistry. So here you have some example. Neutral activation analysis was the main one, the develop of the technique, okay, not the application. But then already in the 80s, the idea is changing. There could not be only one department that maintained the idea of the utilization of a reactor, okay? So I can mention one experiment of the 80s done together with the Department of Physics and also other, a network larger than before. And in that time was the measure of the neutron, anti-neutron oscillation to reach which limit is it. And also they modified the reactor building, and the license was modified. You have here some picture. And in the same age, also we host an experiment called EURACOS that was dedicated to the research on the fast reactor. Okay, so they tested the transparency to to the neutron of the sodium, metallic sodium at that time. But was not the only application. One of the most important at the time was the activity connected to the cultural heritage. So the neutron activation analysis was at the time now established well as technique, and also the fission track method was really important at the time. And that is an example of what was done previously in that period. Okay, here you have some example of how was traced the commercial and the exchange activity between the countries at that time, looking to this database and application of the nuclear activation analysis. Also for the some Neolithic artifacts was the same, okay? But now also the university is changed. Now we are a university that is not only dedicated to the law, but is an interdisciplinary university. We have several courses in, you can see which kind of fields, really wide. We don't have nuclear engineering, for example, but we collaborate with other universities that have nuclear engineering. So we are a facility for the other university and other institutions, okay? And that is important because from the first nucleo, now we can say we have other projects. Now we have a cyclotron, we have a radiochemistry area, and that is grow up with the activity, with the idea to not focus only on one project, but to enlarge the utilization of this reactor. Here you see what was the first project and the last. Now we operate also a cyclotron dedicated to the fluorine production. That is something that gives us the possibility to have a constant income for support our activity, okay? Because sometimes research is not so high supported by public. Here you have also the picture of the trigger itself. Is a standard trigger. As I said, we, as a university, we work a lot on the application of the nuclear science, not more on the development of new research reactors or something like that. So it's a standard. 10 to 13 is the flux. Is more compared to the flux of the facility that we heard just before, but it's enough for do a lot of things. And just a few times also for say together to the managing the utilization of the reactor, we have also to managing the aging and the license of the reactor. So here you have a list of important things changing between the start point to the application of a code of conduct that was requested by our authority. And another really important step for us was the implementation of a proper aging management program for maintaining the operation of the reactor as long as possible, and the implementation of a strategic plan, okay, for understand the future needs and for be able to match the future needs in advance, to make investment properly for be able in the future to answer the request of the other institution. And is in this framework, I have no slide, but I can mention also the activity together with the IAEA about the CRP on the TLAA for understand time limit aging analysis, for understand if you have a limit in the future, and if this project can be also applied to a reactor of this size. Okay, I can pass to nowadays, which are the activities after 60 years. Now, we are talking about research, okay, but also training, test and analysis, especially for the private company, industrial to the service, and educational. Educational because we are a university, so is our duty. The areas of interest, the commissioning in Italy is really important. Okay, we had in the past 4 power plants, and still are not completed the decommissioning part. So it's something that really have to be managed, and is also important in this moment in Italy, because Italy is discussing if it can back to the nuclear power plant. So be able to answer to the public that there is a program is important, and work in this field together with the university, also for the private company that will be involved, is important. Then in the same field, we already do a lot of activity connected to the waste characterization, waste for nuclear activity, but also conventional, okay? And I mentioned the production of fluoride-18, but is not the only one activity. We have some R&D that we do with our reactor. It's not enough for make industrial production, our flux, but it's enough for make a lot of R&D and research on that. Then we have several training for our university, but also for our institution, and also other company. We make study on new materials. I will mention some example after. We do consultancy and research in the field that you see here. BNCT is one of our main activity, historical activity, but is not the only one, together with the archaeometric and cultural heritage. So here I have a list of activity that nowadays we host. One is the develop of new technique for the determination of hard to be measured radionuclides, and is really connected to the educational part and the training part. This laboratory, for example, hosts people from a private company that have to be trained in this kind of activity. Then I can mention some, that was a project of some years ago, the comparison between lutetium-177 and the terbium-161 for the treatment of the prostate cancer. We developed the irradiation part and especially the recovery part. Then the labeling part was made in the radiopharmacy in the hospital. That is how usually we work. We do a part or a step of the project that should be larger, and other partner will go on with the activity with more experience. Also, we have a coalition with the INFN, that is the National Institute for Nuclear Physics. And here we have developed the recovery of the silver-111. They are interested in this isotope for their proposal, but they are building an accelerator for do this production, but the facility is not ready. So they can start the activity with our reactor. And here, I said that the nuclear activation analysis was at the base of our activity. Now we apply the nuclear activation analysis to other fields. Historical, we do gunshot and collaboration for testability study on food and so on. I can also mention a poisoning case, the poisoning of Napoleon's. We analyze hair from Napoleon's for understanding if Napoleon's was poisoned or not, and we discovered that it was not poisoned. And I already mentioned the provenance on materials and artifacts for a historical point of view, but nowadays we apply this technique also to drugs counterfeiting and illegal drug markets. So we have a collaboration with the police department for understand if some criminal groups are collaborating together or not. And the nuclear activation analysis is a useful technique on this kind of activity, especially for cannabis and heroin. The activity is growing up from 2009 in 2019 with a new facility applying on a beam. Now we have a possibility to have neutron imaging. We have a beam of 10 to 6, so enough for have a good imaging. I know that there are facility with better flux, but our flux is really well collimated, well characterized, and is also important for the national point of view because many times it's quite difficult to bring aboard some objects that are important for historical point of view. So have some facility already present in Italy could be really helpful for our point of view. And one of the first application, as an example, Italy is a country where we have made in the past a lot of production of instruments, especially I can mention this Moot cornet. There was a cornet of the 16th century. 50 years ago, all these kind of instruments were repaired with epoxy resin, but wasn't a good idea. They discovered after 50 years that epoxy resin is not stable inside the wooden and can damage itself the instrument. So now they are trying to use the neutron imaging for understand how is the presence of the epoxy resin inside the instrument and foreseen the next damage on the instrument. This is a kind of application of our facility. Then with our facility, we also host a section of the Meteorologic Institute, and they are working on the new definition of Avogadro number. That is an example of what can be done with a facility like a TRIGA, 60 years old. And okay, we can also, they can also make some measurement about the mole fraction and so on. But I also underline the possibility to validate protocol apply to other technique. Okay, this is an example of a washing protocol dedicated to the investigation of the intake of cobalt for people with a metal hip implants. So the determination of the cobalt was important in the airs, was the samples decided to be used, and they should be washed for measure the cobalt inside the air, not the one outside. The protocol has been validated in Pavia tested by neutron activation analysis, as not a destructive technique. And go on. Other activity connected to the Meteorologic Institute are important for us. I mentioned also test on materials. This one is a test on fuel used on the satellite. I know that the energy that a fuel on satellite is different energy of the particle that interact with the fuel, but we have make a simulation and we have validated the simulation using the energy that we can have in a research reactor. Okay. And I told you that one of the historical activity that we have is the BNCT, the body neutron capture therapy. Also, this one is changing year by year. At that time, if I remember well, was the beginning of 2009. We have done the first 2 irradiation on real cases of treatment, BNCT treatment on liver. For many reasons, we have changed now this activity. We are a research reactor, we are not an hospital facility, so we are not planning to do to dedicate our facility to this treatment, and there is another facility now in Pavia that is growing, that is called now, that is dedicated to the hydrotherapy and also will be dedicated to the BNCT. But still in the Triga and Pavia, we still work on the evolution of this activity, especially for the use of this kind of idea for the treatment of our other disease, like the Alzheimer's disease. And for do that, we come back, we need also the facility, the imaging facility is used also in this case for evaluate the dispersion of the boron in the samples. So all this kind of activity, I have to go a little bit fast because my time is going, arrive at the end to the educational part, because we are university. So we won't forget that. So we dedicate all this activity also to make the new generation aware of the possibility of the new technique can done at academic level, but also a professional. Here you have a list of some courses that we host, but okay, we are part of the CIRT, the consortium of university that have the nuclear engineering courses. But also now we have, is about 3 years that we have a dedicated program for the radioprotectionists in Italy, and is a base for be a radioprotectionist in Italy. They have to follow a master degree of the second level, like the one that we organize. Here you have the program. And we are also part, I told you that it's important for us to extend the capability to reach new students, new people that wants involve the future in the nuclear activity. And so now we are part of the ENEP, the platform dedicated to experimental in neutral field. And we host several courses, like the one that dedicated to the environmental monitoring, or safety of reactor operation, and also fundamentals of isotope production. Some the students can have some idea how is and how can work in these fields. Okay, the summer school in that I mentioned. And then we also host people from other facility, and also we try to go to other facility for enlarge our knowledge. And here we have organized 3 days of training dedicated to the operator. This was the subject touched. So after that, I can say also after 60 years, we still have are in operation, and happy to be here. Thank you.
Time for questions? Everything was clear.
Yeah, but also during, I mentioned many things. Probably during the coffee break is more easy to speak about some particular. So next, you can stay here for the question at the end. Okay. Okay.
Please come back. Please
Yeah, yes, come back.
Come back.
No, come back. Then the next speaker is Algeri Nessipei Bey, that will speak about overview of activities on in-pile testing and advanced materials on the WR key reactors for nuclear energy application. So, thank you. You can have your. Is it?
Hello, dear conference participants. I'm very glad to be here. Thank you for organizations, for EIA. My name is Nispay Gerem. I'm junior researcher at the Institute of Nuclear Physics from Kazakhstan, Almaty. I would like to present a report on an overview of activities on a pilot testing of advanced materials on the VVRK reactor for nuclear energy applications. This report includes an introduction and research reactors, about information about our research reactors, MIA cables, and linear variable differential transformers, results and conclusion. Increased safety and reliability requirements for nuclear power plants necessitate the use of radiation-resistant measuring systems capable of long-term operation under high thermal and neutron loads. Sensors and cable lines that ensure reliable monitoring of reactor parameters. This is temperature, pressure, deformation, neutron flux, throughout the entire life cycle of the plant are of particular importance. Linear variable differential transformers are widely used in reactor installations, in gases fusion product pressure sensors to measure the swelling and deformation of fuel rods during reactor tests, and in positioning and mechanical diagnostic systems. Signal cables must provide high insulation resistance, stable conductor resistance, and mechanical strength when exposed to high temperature, radiation, pressure, and aggressive environment for decades of operation. Cables with mineral insulation, MIA cables, based on oxide manganese and aluminum oxide, are for particular interest for these purposes, as they are potentially suitable not only for nuclear, but also for fusion power engineering. At the Institute of Nuclear Physics, tests were carried out in the VVRK research reactor on two types of LVTD, based on MIA cables and ceramic wire, and signal cables with mineral insulation made of oxide manganese and aluminum oxide at high temperature. VVRK research reactor complex construction of the nuclear reactor building, which began in 1961, was completed in 1967. The VVRK research reactor is the only multi-purpose reactor in the Republic of Kazakhstan, which, in addition to fundamental research in the field of nuclear physics and materials science, as well as reactor testing, is used for the production of medical radioisotopes, gamma source for industrial neutron activation analysis, and modification of materials by neutron irradiation. The reactor operated for 21 days, and per year is 210 days. At this stage, the following main work is being carried out our VVRK reactor is research on the effect of neutron irradiation on the structure and properties of stainless steels, research on fuel and structural materials for high temperature, gas-cooled reactors, radiation coloring of topazes, neutron doping of silicon, research on functional materials for thermonuclear reactors, testing the fuel life of nuclear reactors, research on objects using non-destructive neutron radiography, production of isotopes of medicine and industry. In the reactor, in the center of the core has a thermal neutron flux density of 10 to 14, and fast neutron flux density is 10 to 13. VVRK is not just a research facility, but a strategic, scientific, and technical resource for the country, contributing to the development of fundamental research, technology transfer, and the strengthening of Kazakhstan's nuclear competence. LVTD are coils with a wound that has ceramic or mineral insulation. The main characteristics and appearance of the sample studied are shown on the table. LVTD irradiation in the VVRK reactor was carried out in specially designed irradiation device that allowed the necessary irradiation conditions to be formed and controlled, as well as in situ measurements of the electrical characteristics of the LVTD to be carried out. The irradiation device was equipped with thermocouples to control the irradiation temperature, a detector to control the neutron flux, and effluence monitors to control the accumulated neutron fluence. The irradiation temperature was adjusted by changing the helium pressure in the gas gap of the irradiation device. The MI cables also consist of coils wound on a SAS 316 steel cylinder, cable diameter 1.6 millimeter, insulation magni oxide or aluminum oxide. The total length of the cable in the coil was 3 meters. The coil diameter was 30 millimeter, and the length was 125 millimeter, and the number of turns was 63. During the irradiation in the VVRK reactor, the coils were placed inside a cylinder capsule made of SAS 316 steel. The internal space between the turns and coils was filled with helium at atmospheric pressure. Steel spacers were installed between the coils, and at the ends of equalize the temperature field. The irradiation conditions for LVTD and MI cables at the VVRK reactor shows on this table. The figure shows the behavior of LVTD with two types insulation. Behavior of LVTD with ceramic insulation. The ceramic LVTD remained at operation for 171 days of irradiation, and subsequently an electrical signal break was detected and the transformer ceased to function. In addition, in this figure clearly shows that there was a gradual degradation of the insulation and accordingly deterioration in insulation resistance. The air coefficient decreased from 0.22 to 0.12 over 171 days, indicating the accumulation of radiation and thermal damage in the ceramic insulation. And the behavior of LVTD in MI insulation demonstrated stable operation throughout the entire test period, which amounted to 228 effective days. The transformation coefficient remained virtually unchanged over the entire temperature, range from room temperature to 300, and over the entire irradiation interval. And the resistance of the winding increased mainly due to the temperature coefficient without sharp jumps associated with radiation damage. The insulation resistance remained high, showing no degradation typical of ceramic insulation. No signs of mechanical damage or failure were recorded. MI cable resistance changed over time. The graphs of cable resistance change over time shows that the volume insulation resistance was in the range of 10 to 8 to 10 to 9 ohm for oxide magni, and 10 to 6 to 10 to 8 for aluminum oxide. The changes were smooth and correlated well with temperature cycles. No significant degradation of conductivity associated with radiation damage was observed. This indicates that the integrity of the metal conductors and insulation was maintained at the fluencies and temperatures achieved. The most indicated results were obtained for insulation resistance. For cable magnetic oxide, the insulation resistance increased smoothly and reached values of about 2.9 ohm. For cables for aluminum oxide, the insulation resistance remained at 10 to 7 ohm and practically didn't change with increasing fluence. The depth of insulation resistance on accumulated fumes shows a steady upward trend for magnetic oxide and no noticeable trend for aluminum oxide. This behavior of magnetic oxide insulation is due to the fact that it is prone to moisture absorption and the formation of magnesium dioxide leads to a decrease in insulation resistance at relatively low temperature. When the temperature rises above 300 degrees, magnesium dioxide decomposes and the radiation annealing occurs, resulting in an increase in insulation resistance. This mechanism is consistent with the literature data on my article on the effect of high temperature annealing on the dielectric properties of magnetic oxide. Sorry, and for this slide, in reactor test of LVT and MIG cables were conducted on the VVERK reactor under conditions similar to those encountered in nuclear power facilities. The experimental data obtained made it possible to determine and demonstrate the radiation resistance of the LVTD and the MIG cables studied. In situ measurements of electrical characteristics add additional value to the data obtained. Based on detailed analysis of the result of reactor test of LVTD and MI cables on the VVERK research reactor, the following main conclusions can be drawn. The LVTD with MI cable winding demonstrated stable operation for 228 days at temperature up to 300 without degradation of the transformation ratio and insulation resistance. This confirms its high radiation and thermal resistance and suitability for use in the reactor control systems. Under similar test conditions, the ceramic LVTD remained operational for about 171 days, after which it failed due to destruction of the primary winding, and the transformation ratio deteriorated significantly at a temperature above 270 degrees. Experiments with MIG cables ensured with magnetic oxide and aluminum oxide at a temperature of 500 degrees and the fast neutron fluence of about 10 to 20 showed that for magnetic oxide, the volume insulation resistance increases and reaches 10 to 9 ohm, which is interpreted as a degradation of the insulator material. And for aluminum oxide, the volume insulation resistance remains at 10 to 7 ohm, demonstrating stable behavior in a neutron field at high temperatures. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Any question or comment? Okay. I guess we have time at the end of the section, so thank you. Please remain here.
Okay.
And the next speaker is Andrew Venter, that will talk about complementary beam line facility at the Safari 1 research reactor.
Yeah, is it on? Is it on? Yeah. Thank you very much. I brought my computer because I didn't know if I can see on the screen, yeah, but it's good. Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity. If you could just load my presentation, please. I can't see it. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so my talk is on the complementarity of beamline facilities that we have at the Safari 1 research reactor. So I'm specifically a beamline person, and that's my passion, and that will be the focus of my talk. So the outline of the talk is to discuss the unique properties of neutrons, and this would now be specifically to the application of neutron scattering. Then I'll discuss the beamline sensor, the instruments we have at Nexa. Give a few examples of typical instruments that we have. And then, of course, we're an open user facility, so it means that we accept users to come and use our facilities on a proposal-based system. Then I'll, if there's time, discuss the beamline instrument developments, just to illustrate exactly the complexity involved in developing instruments. And then I'll also discuss the multi-purpose reactor, which is has a huge potential for us to expand our capabilities in the future. And then, just conclude everything. So if you think about neutrons, so this, as I said, the emphasis here is on scattering. So the neutron has no charge. So the importance of that is that you get deep penetration into matter, and therefore you can probe bulk structures as well as spatially resolved studies of materials. The neutron mass is similar to that of the nucleus. So the wavelength is of angstrom scale due to the energies for the neutrons, and these are aligned with the spacing between atoms in crystalline systems, and that enables the studies of crystalline materials. Then, of course, the neutron has a magnetic moment, and this furthermore enables studies of magnetic properties and phenomena in materials. And then the wavelength is tunable, so you have got a whole distribution of energies, and by selective selection, you can then choose the wavelength that's applicable to your application. So you can therefore study elastic and inelastic properties of materials, as well as other phenomena that's of interest. It's non-destructive, so due to the deep penetration that's possible. So therefore, it's very easy to change the sample environment. So you can study materials in situ under various conditions of utilization. And also using the differential attenuation of neutrons through materials can distinguish between density differences, and this is directly applicable to imaging of materials. So therefore, concluding the properties of neutrons provide deep, element-sensitive, and magnetic insight into structures and dynamics. So dynamics, that's the movement of atoms. Vibrations of atoms, movements of certain atomic species. So we're looking right at the microscale, at what's happening at the atomic scale of the material. So our application is in scattering. So just to define what scattering is, so it's a scientific technique where a beam of neutrons are directed at a sample, and then we look at the way these neutrons are deflected or scattered, absorbed, transmitted by the atoms in the materials, and from this we can get or deduce a lot of interesting phenomena. Okay, so in principle, on the left-hand side at the bottom, I show you just the interaction of neutrons with an atom. So the neutron has no charge, so it does not sense the electrons. It has interaction with the crystal system or with the nucleus. So therefore, you get a deep penetration into materials. The other phenomena is that you can have the neutron, as I said, has a magnetic moment. So if it has interaction with unpaired electrons in certain atomic species, you can study magnetic phenomena. So there's a dual-edged sword that you get there, and both of those properties are really important, and there's a lot of value addition that we can get from that. On the right-hand side bottom, I show the periodic table, also the elements, and I show the mass attenuation coefficient of all the materials. So there's a blue line, a solid blue line. I don't use a laser now because I might shine it to my colleagues' eyes. But there's a solid blue line. You can see this blue line systematically growing with atomic number. That's the interaction that you have between X-rays and atoms. So as you add another element in the periodic table, there's one more electron, a strong interaction. And there's more or less a predictable dependency you can get from that. In the case of neutrons, if you look at those dots, so there's the red dots on that pattern, and if you just look at that, it's haphazard. There's no real apparent pattern, but we can identify certain materials of interest. So those are the spheres that I've, or the ellipses that I've drawn on the figure. So the first part is the light elements. So neutrons are very sensitive to light elements. Hydrogen, lithium. Lithium, very important for batteries. Hydrogen fuel cells, and so forth. Then your transitional metal series. So those are your 3D materials. These are of high technological importance to the industrial engineering of materials. So it's cobalt, nickel, iron, that whole range of materials. It's very difficult to distinguish between them using X-rays, but if you use neutrons, you can see there's clear differences in some of the elements, and there's also isotopic differences that can exist. And then, of course, your lanthanides and actinides, your 4Fs and 5F materials in the periodic table. Okay, just to show this complementarity, so just a few nice graphs. So on the left-hand side, we call it the cigarette lighter, so it's to start up your cigarette for smoking. There's an X-ray image and a neutron image of exact same unit. So what the X-rays show is that X-rays absorb the high atomic numbers, so therefore it can only show the light atomic numbers. So you can see it sees a spring on the left-hand side, and it sees one big compartment, which we know is the fuel compartment of this sample. If you look at the neutron case, so in the neutron case, and taking cognizance of the previous graph I showed, you can see that the spring is actually surrounded or enclosed by a rubber pipe. And the rubber pipe, hydrogen-rich, so therefore it doesn't show up with X-rays, but it shows up clearly with the neutrons. And in the fluid cavity, you can see that there's actually something hidden in that fluid cavity. So you can see that in the case of the X-rays, it was not possible to see anything in the fluid, whereas the neutron case, it shows a difference. Okay, for interest of time, I'm going to skip the other one. If you look at the instruments we've got at Nexa, so our emphasis is complementarity of X-rays and neutrons. So, of course, our primary activities are neutrons, neutron facilities. So we have two diffraction instruments, a powder diffractometer and a residual stress diffractometer. And then we have a neutron imaging facility that we had one in the past, but is being modernized to a new instrument that will have superior performance compared to the old facility. Then we have the X-ray equivalents of these. So the X-ray machines are all commercial units. You can see they're nice and shiny. Whereas the bottom, the neutron instruments, we have to build ourselves. You can't buy these off the shelf. You develop these instruments yourself. You need a lot of infrastructure and support activities to be able to do that. Then also, as I said, it's very easy to manipulate the sample environment in a neutron beam. So we have a lot of cryostats. So we can cover extensive temperature ranges from about 1.5 Kelvin up to about 2000 Kelvin using cryostats, cryofurnaces, and vacuum furnaces. What we're also looking at is of studying of systems, chemical systems in situ. So for this, we're busy developing a program which we can study hydrogen fuel cells in situ while it's in operation. You can follow what's happening with the hydrogen movement, water movement, and then also potentiostat in lithium-ion batteries. So by charging and discharging batteries, you can follow the chemical reaction, and you can follow the lithium, which is the very important one. What is the lithium doing in the microstructure? And then you can add a lot of other stuff. Those are all the ones in red, and those are dreams, especially magnetic fields, high pressures. You can add quite an extensive list of sample environments. So this is, if you look at our instruments, this is what we utilize our neutron and X-ray facilities. We do chemical phase analysis, quantitative analysis of phases, crystallography. If new materials are developed, we can locate transition metal series, oxides, carbides, nitrides, and things like that. Paleontology, very huge application in the case of imaging. Residual strain, preferred orientation, which is another engineering concept that happens in materials, when you process materials. Energy storage systems, lithium-ion batteries, hydrogen fuel cells. Advanced manufacturing, I'll show examples of 3D printed materials, or 3D printed materials, and then mineralogy, and then non-destructive inspections, and magnetic systems. And then we work extensively with academia, industry, and we involved in training and networking. We use facilities internationally as well. So this is one example. It's looking at the phases in some high chromium steel alloy as a function of temperature. So by heating the sample, the sample will go through different crystallographic phases. I'm not going to give the detail. There's a talk tomorrow by my colleague, Zelda Senso, and that is the topic of her talk at the bottom of the page. And she will then clearly indicate how it's possible to derive those 3 arrows I've indicated on the left-hand side, the transition AC1 transition and the so-called AC3 transition in steels. So going from ferrite to austenite, and austenite again, well, also full austenite transformation. And then at much higher temperatures, there's also a delta ferrite. So this is just an example. So many materials have a temperature dependence. So it's very applicable to any material to follow phase diagrams. This is an engineering application. This is a coil spring in a car suspension, where we looked at the stresses in different components. The important one is the one on the right-hand side. That circle on the right-hand side here, tangential components. That indicates how the stresses vary through the thickness of the helical spring in a car. And red is very bad, so it means it's high stresses. Blue is low stress conditions. So if you look at that, it's a cyclic behavior if you go from the inside to the external part of the spring. And there are ways of mitigating this, and that's where I get to the next application. The first one is 3D printing or additive manufacturing. So in 3D printing, I'm not sure if you've done any 3D printing. In principle, it works fantastic. It's got this new kid on the block, a lot of technological advances. But the reality is that you get situations, sorry. Oh no. You get situations where it splits like that. You get delamination happening. If the process is not well controlled, you get delamination and even major delamination at the bottom. And this is very applicable to cracks that you get in. On the right-hand side, I show a welded structure where there's a huge crack next to a weld. So whenever I lecture this to students, I would ask them, have you done any weld repairs in your life? And then if you have done weld repairs, where does the sample break? It always breaks next to the weld. And there's a very good reason why it breaks there. You're inducing a huge tensile stress at that position. So if you now go to additive manufacturing, it's the same as welding, but now you're welding at the microstructural level. And if you look at that pattern I'm showing, that you get huge tensile stresses on the surfaces of additive manufactured materials, and that is the reason why you get this delamination effects. Okay, so how do you mitigate these effects? So one way to mitigate is by using surface modification techniques. So one is using laser shock peening. Use a high intensity laser beam. It creates a shock wave. You distort the surface, and in that process you can capture a compressive stress on the surface. So that's the graph that we can see here. The green part there is where you have compressive stress on the surface. Effectively, the material's properties have been substantially improved, but without changing the metallurgy of the material. It's just by a deformation process that's applied. But you need stress balance for this purpose, so that compressive stress must be balanced by some tensile stress, and that's what you get with the yellow part. So this clearly shows you what is the surface stress, the spatially resolved stress from that, and then where's the conversion from compressive to tensile. So all of this is very vital information for practitioners of these techniques. Nice examples of magnetism. This is chromium, magnetic phase diagrams of chromium. You can clearly, in the case of chromium, it's a BCC structure. So if the crystallographer is in the audience, for a BCC you don't have a 100 reflection, but if you look at those peaks, all of these peaks are at the 100 position. So it means it's magnetic peaks and not crystallographic peaks. Okay, imaging applications, as you can see we've got the imaging machine, and we're also developing a neutron imaging machine. This is typically what our X-ray machine is used for. Quite an extensive list of various applications, especially in borehole samples, even pebble bed fuel spheres. Those were done with neutrons in the past. We do a lot of work on paleontology, fossils, and even human studies of skulls and things like that. Okay, so we are open user facility, so therefore we invite users to come and use our facilities. So this is done on like any other facility in the world on a peer review basis. So you submit a proposal, proposal's reviewed, beam time is awarded, and based on that, then you can utilize the facilities. The requirement is the work must be published, and we need to be acknowledged as a laboratory. Alternatively, it can be proprietary research, where you pay for every neutron, every person's salary involved, but then you have IP on the information that was derived. Just to show you what's involved with instrument development, so we developed the 2 neutron powder diffractometers, and also the imaging facility, the bottom right here, which is under development now. I showed the nice pictures there of the floors, where we converted our floors into, I call them instrumentation floors. So these floors are granite based. These floors are flat to 40 microns per meter. So it's less than a human hair's difference in height over a 12 square meter floor. And why we need that is we need to control our instruments to very high precision. So our instruments can float on these floors. In German, they call them Tanzboden or dance floors. And typically we can then move our instruments 1 ton capacity without any very easily and highly predictable to 1,000th of a degree in angular dimensions, very well controlled. To do that is on the top is where we do all the motion control of our instruments, extensive electronics interfacing. We're expanding our detector bank on the right-hand side so that we can perform scans in much quicker, so that we can get a complete diffraction pattern in a very short time frame. And then also at the bottom right, I show our new imaging facility. So we've optimized our imaging facility to such an extent, so that the red line show the beam movement from the left is the core to the detector on the right-hand side. These are typically the images you're going to get. So the variation over those images is less than 20%. So this from a very old reactor on a radial beam line is comparable to what most facilities at super duper facilities in the world can give you today. So we're going to have a very good imaging facility, hopefully end of next year or the year after that. Then of course the new kid on the block is the multi-purpose reactor. So we don't have a name yet, it's called the MPR, multi-purpose reactor. So Safari 1, I can just echo your praises for Safari 1. It's an extremely well-managed reactor, very predictable, it runs very consistently, but it needs to be replaced. So the plans are in the 2030s to replace Safari. This opens up a lot of new opportunities for us. So if you look at the international landscape, neutron scattering is by far the largest utilization factor of any research reactor. So I just shown the top, that world map. Those are typically reactor facilities which are equipped with cold neutron sources. So you need that to tune your wavelengths to very low energy neutrons. That's a summary of reactor sources and spallation sources in the world. But if you look at the African continent, we need a lot of development. I know our colleagues from Argentina, they're building a very fancy reactor, and I really would want to have just copy that one here. But that is where the world is going. So we need to establish that. And it's important that we as the African continent really get to utilize neutrons for these purposes as well. Okay, just to show you what return on investment is. So these are 2 recent studies that have been done. One is what was done by ISIS in the UK, 2016, where they showed that there's a 200% return on investment. For any pound that was invested in the ISIS facility, there was two times the recovery downstream to the economy. And then also NIST in the United States, NIST reactor at Washington, and they come up with a conclusion that each neutron or each dollar invested, it's 2.67 is their return. So it typically shows you that although a beamline facility does not directly earn money, the downstream benefits to the economy, productivity is 2 times the investment, the value of that. What's also important is publications. So I indicate here just publications from two premier facilities in the world. There's ANSTO, as well as the FRM2 facility in Munich, Germany. And you can clearly see there's still a growth in the number of publications. Typically, these facilities produce about 300 publications per year. I mean, that's a lot. So with the multi-purpose reactor at Nexa or South Africa, it brings a huge opportunity to expand our capabilities so that we can also, I mean, I take as a benchmark Australia. If you take what ANSTO progressed from the HIFA reactor to what Opal is giving, it is an order of magnitude improvement on that. Just the progression. So on the left is the one I showed, which is the applications that we use our facilities for. The right-hand side, that is typically what you can perform at any leading neutron scattering facility in the world nowadays. So all our activities are all on the x-axis. We do nothing along the y-axis. And you can see there's a lot of science along the y-axis. Vibration of atoms, vibration of magnetic systems, spectroscopy, inelastic studies that can be done. And for those, you require the cold neutron source to bring that whole y-axis into consideration as well. So from our beamline facility, so the reactor, we're looking at a 10-year time frame. Our emphasis now is to develop at least 7 instruments to be operational when the reactor starts up in 10 years' time. And these are the instruments we've identified. So the green instruments, those are thermal-based instruments. So it will be powder diffraction, which we are very well experienced in building as well as operating. The strain scanning, as well as the neutron imaging. So those are applications we're going to use for thermal beams. The ones at the bottom, those are the cold beams. So there we use much slower, longer wavelength neutrons. So things like small angle scattering, neutron spectroscopy, neutron imaging as well, and neutron reflectometry. So the applications are really vast. I've just indicated a very small fraction. You know, agriculture, crystallography, electronic phenomena and quantum materials, energy storage and conversions, materials engineering and crystallography, paleontology. South Africa, we've got the Sterkfontein Caves, which is a UNESCO World Heritage within 50 kilometers of Nexa. Just look at the science we can do from that. And then also soft matter. So soft matter is also called neutrons, what was required for that. So okay, in conclusion, so we've got a major emphasis to expand our utilization of our beamline facilities. That's a fact. And then also to expand these into the MPR, multi-purpose reactor. And we will want to have specialized multidisciplinary research. So across just about any department in a university, medical applications, engineering, physics, chemistry, mineralogy, paleontology, and also multi-parameter studies with the in situ environments that can be manipulated. And of course, one major output is research output, number of publications. So the emphasis is then to create a so-called neutron beamline center. So that's for the collaboration between the various state entities, Nexa, government departments, and universities. So primary beneficiary of our facilities will be universities. And then advance the research mandate of our partner institutions like the Department of Science and Innovation, Science, Technology and Innovation, and as well as the National Research Foundation, which the emphasis is on research outputs. And this gives a facility exactly for that purpose. And then also we're looking at advanced collaboration between universities and industry going forward. Thank you very much.
So thank you. I suggest to skip the questions to the end because we are a little bit late to the end. There is the last presentation, and then there will be an announcement about lunch from the organization. Just the last presentation, but important, is Facundo Boschetti that will talk about the INVAPS, low power multipurpose reactor for developing nuclear capability. So, thank you.
Hello, it's working? Yes. This is working. I can see my presentation here. Yes. Well, hello, good afternoon. It's a pleasure being here and being in charge of presenting this multipurpose, low power multipurpose reactor for developing nuclear capacity. It's a part of our projects that we have an INVAP. Well, my name is Facundo Boschetti. I've been working for INVAP for 12 years. At the beginning, I've been part of the design teams, working on different projects, several projects, RI-10 project, Brazilian multipurpose reactor, and also on design stage for Palace reactor. And for the latest year, I've been assigned as design manager and commissioning manager for the LPRR reactor in Saudi Arabia. So this is working, yeah. So in terms of the project, let's say, of the low-power multipurpose reactor for developing nuclear capacity, we conceive it as a project to empower emergency nuclear programs, to enhance stakeholders' capability, generating the required synergy on the local ecosystem. It supports comprehensive training programs, addressing significant global gaps in available low-power reactors, promoting a strategic partnership with local and international research community. In this sense, it is important to remark that we are not only thinking about a reactor, we are considering each of the stages of from the design to the construction, the installation, and also the operation of the reactor as an important stage for developing nuclear capacity. And this is our experience, in particular in Saudi Arabia. So I will just mention some outstanding technical feature of the reactor. Then during the break, maybe we can discuss a little bit about the technical characteristics of it. But mainly it has large safety margins. Even in accidental scenario, it is far from reaching conditions that can lead to release of radioactive material. Mild transients, it has mild transients due to neutronic and thermohydraulic characteristics. We can go a little bit deep on that during the break maybe. It is an open pool and low pressurized design. Okay, we are using high TRL from INVAP in previous projects. The core design, we can configure the design from the neutronical point of view. We are using nuclear power plants cladded fuel rods, but we are not thinking as a bundle. We are thinking just as a single rods to configure the reactor core. It's thought as a reactor between 100 and 150 kilowatt reactor, but it's flexible in terms of design, depending on the trade-off between the large safety margins and the level of maturity of the nuclear ecosystem in the country, okay? In terms of regulations and stakeholders' involvement on the project. It has a natural circulation due to the low power density, and even it has natural circulation, there is a primary water system, secondary water system, and many systems that are also related to larger power multipurpose reactor. Okay. So regarding the technical feature, well, it is an open pool reactor. It is not pressurized. Okay, the pressurization is given by the 7 or 8 water column height the reactor has. It's an open pool type with operating concepts similar to those that we use on other MPR reactors, OPAL, RI-10, etc. And we are using high TRL concepts that we already employ in other projects, like the control rod drive mechanism from top of the pool, let's say, from the bridge, the control rod drive mechanism bridge, the reactor protection system, and reactor control and monitoring system. So this is an overview of the core, the grids for the configuration of the fuel rods, the control rod drives inserted in the core, the reflectors, and the capability of having a neutron beam. Yes. So the fuel rods are dioxide uranium fuel rods with low enrichment. When we say low enrichment, we can go from 2 to 5 uranium-235 enrichment. Give us the possibility to shut down the reactor with only one control rod inserted in the core. Their activity in excess is lower than $1, and it has large shutdown margins because of that. The negative coefficient, feedback coefficients are large enough to reduce the power or to self-control the power of the reactor. And for sure, well, it features a neutron beam and a pneumatic transfer system. Regarding the material, we are using similar materials that we use on other projects. In terms of operating modes, well, we can think about 2 operating modes, a limited power mode that is only up to a few tens of kilowatts, and a full power mode that reach between 100 and 150 kilowatts. The main difference is that in the limited power mode, the primary water system is capable of maintaining or keeping a constant temperature on the pool, okay? But in the full power mode, we are limited by design, the secondary water system, so as to have an increase of the temperature of the pool, limiting the power of the reactor due to the feedback coefficient. In terms of the reactor protection system, it's a high technology readiness level reactor protection system. It ensures a fail-safe design by means of a detection and actuation mechanisms that trip the reactor as soon as possible. After the trip, for sure, there is no manual intervention is required and allowed, and requires the operator action to request to reset the scrum. So it will trigger the reactor shutdown system during any design basis initiated event sequence. Okay. In terms of the reactor control monitoring system, we are using concepts with a high technological readiness level. It's a distributed computer-based with high availability. It's acquiring all the plant information that is important or relevant for the operator. And we are operating all the system from the control room, okay, including the ventilation system of the reactor. In terms of radiation protection, well, as you can see here, we are designing in compliance with the LRA concept, with the LRA principle, and our aim is to achieving contact dose rate in any direction less than 2.5 microsievert hours. Well, in terms of ventilation, this system also has a ventilation system, okay, and air conditioning at the confinement. There are dedicated filters to extract the air from the confinement before being released to the environment through the stack. And, well, for sure, there are some extractions from the system in the laboratories where we manage, or we can manage, we think about managing radioisotopes. In terms of utilization, well, let me group the utilization in education, irradiation, and scientific research, and training of personnel. I will do a quick overview about these topics, but also depending on the requirements on the stakeholders, it can be considered the industrial services as part of the utilization for this proposal. In terms of in-core and out-core experiments, for sure there are some standard experiences that we can perform on this type of proposal that are part of the training or education, let's say, program of any nuclear engineering career, and also more sophisticated experiments that can be performed by overgraduated personnel from the ecosystem, from the university ecosystem. For example, the neutron noise measurements techniques, or the fuel gamma scanning system on Fischer product spectrum analysis. In terms of irradiation and scientific research, the system features a pneumatic transfer system with some positions within the core in the reflector position. We are talking about 1.5 to 2, 10 to the 12, the thermal neutron flux for this type of irradiation. Locally speaking, we are talking about peaking thermal fluxes in the center of the core, with a dedicated fume cupboard in a specific laboratory, neutron activation analysis laboratory outside of the confinement of the reactor. So we are loading and unloading the can by means of a pneumatic transfer system supported by air compressor. In terms of large-term irradiations, the design is also provided with some dedicated positions for large irradiations, and transfer system with a cask and a transfer station to achieve or to reach the hot cell. So this is a low-power multipurpose reactor but with all the capabilities for developing nuclear capacity in a country, also educating personnel and training personnel in operation. So somehow we can say that this is a first step before moving to a MPR reactor of larger power. For sure, it has a neutron beam with a dedicated shutter and integrated to the control system for opening and closing from enable or disabling from the control console, but also it is connected with a bunker and a control system that for sure will prevent for spurious opening or by error opening of the regal doors in case of being using this neutron beam, the shutter open. Well, Shasta is like a spin-off of the project itself, but is also part of the project as it was designed as a 3D model. Some training, let's say digital twins can be developed from those models. This is a case of the educational training simulator. This is a standalone software simulator that can be used as the first approach of training for operator, let's say, in terms of operation of the reactor. Then there is a full scope simulator that emulates the actual console, main control room console. Some virtual reality model for doing some training on field, let's say, in terms of operation, and a training console, dedicated training console for the reactor. This is our recent just pre-commissioning LPR reactor in Saudi Arabia. This is the case of the design I have just described. Yes, but it's not limited to that description. You know that we have some flexibility in terms of design to accommodate the requirements of the stakeholders, okay, also the constraint from the local regulation. And this is part of our team that just have been involved in the activities from Saudi Arabia and Argentina, from IMAP team, that has just pre-commissioned this reactor. So the reactor is just integrated. All the system can be managed and controlled from the main control console. So now we are waiting for the regulator to review all the documentation and to proceed with the commissioning authorization for the reactor. So just to conclude, from our point of view, it is a strategic instrument for developing a national nuclear capacity. It is a first firm step of a newcomer country toward consolidating technical, regulatory, and institutional foundations for an ambitious nuclear program. It considers a comprehensive process that initiates from the project inception and extends to the commissioning and operation, ensuring a progressive transfer of knowledge to all the stakeholders. And as a benefit, the simplified and predictable licensing process, due to the large safety margin and those mild transfer response, supports the progressive adaptation of the licensing framework to accommodate future projects with more demanding operational and safety requirements. So these are our conclusions to highlight in terms of our experience also in Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much.
Thank you really for this presentation. Okay, we are really late in the program, so I don't know. We can have some questions for the last presentation, but also for the other, while we are waiting the announcement about the launch.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the sessions and you learned quite a lot. If there are no questions, then I'll just give a few announcements. So firstly, we're going to take a group photo just outside by the reception area. And once we're done with that, we can then go to a restaurant where it seems as if it has stopped raining. When it was raining, we had a bit of issue with the space within the restaurant. But if the weather allows, people can still sit outside. And if not, they can just dish up and come back and sit by the reception area. Thank you.
So I can conclusion just summarize just really fast. I have to thank you all the speakers because I have to say that we had a really an overview about the capability, also from the beam possibility, the new capability of new projects, also projects already present with the high flux. So thank you. I want to thank you, the speakers, and also you for the passage. Thank you.